Hello everyone, and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Story 1. I woke up to a dimly lit room, the cold stone floor pressing against my back. A dull ache pulsed through my head, clouding my thoughts. My eyes adjusted slowly to the gloom, revealing the bare walls around me. Panic began to rise as I realized I had no memory of how I got here. My heart raced as I struggled to sit up, the unsettling sense of disorientation weighing heavily on me. The room was small, the only light coming from a flickering bulb in the ceiling. The walls were blank, almost sterile, but the faint scent of dampness and decay lingered in the air. I reached out to touch the nearest wall, finding it cold and rough to the touch, like concrete. As I ran my hands over the surface, I noticed no windows or vents, just solid walls enclosing me like a tomb. My breath quickened as I scanned the room for any clues, any sign of an exit. Then, from behind one of the walls, I heard a faint, muffled sound. I froze, straining to listen. It was rhythmic, almost like breathing. I took a step closer, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to locate the source. The sound seemed to come from just behind the wall. I pressed my ear against the cold surface, but the breathing was too faint to make out clearly. I felt a chill run down my spine. The sound was unmistakable. Now someone was breathing on the other side of the wall. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Who was there? How did I end up here, and why? I pounded on the door with both fists, the sound echoing through the room. "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice came out hoarse, and I wasn't sure if it was from fear or the strain of my pounding heart. I paused, hoping for a response, but only silence greeted me. I banged on the door again, harder this time. "Let me out, please." Still no answer. My panic grew, and I began to pound on the door with renewed desperation. My fists ached with each strike, but I couldn't stop. I had to get out of here. The room felt like it was closing in on me, the walls inching closer with every second. I screamed, shouting until my voice was raw, but the only response was the eerie silence. Breathing heavily, I slumped against the door, exhausted and defeated. I was trapped. My mind spun with fear, trying to make sense of the situation. Why was I here? Who was breathing behind the wall? And why wouldn't they respond? I rubbed my temples, trying to think clearly. That's when I noticed the keyhole at eye level on the door. I had been too frantic to see it before. Cautiously, I leaned forward, pressing my eye against the small opening. I squinted, trying to make out anything on the other side, but it was too dark to see clearly. Then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw them two terrified eyes staring back at me through the keyhole. I jerked back in shock, my heart leaping into my throat. Whoever was on the other side was just as scared as I was. I hesitated for a moment before leaning in again, my eye meeting theirs once more. We were both trapped, both prisoners in this nightmarish situation. The realization hit me like a wave of cold water. I wasn't alone in this, but that didn't make me feel any safer. I whispered through the keyhole, my voice trembling. "Who are you? What's happening?" The eyes blinked, and for a moment, I thought I saw a tear glisten in the dim light. A soft, shaky voice responded, barely more than a whisper. "I don't know. I woke up here too. I'm scared." A surge of empathy and fear washed over me. Whoever this person was, they were just as helpless as I was. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice firmer now, more determined. The voice on the other side whimpered, "There's no way out. I've tried everything. The walls are solid. The door won't budge. We're trapped. Desperation clawed at me, but I forced myself to stay calm. There has to be something we can do. Think if you've seen anything, heard anything that might help us. The eyes disappeared for a moment, then returned. I heard footsteps earlier, but they stopped. I don't know who they were or what they wanted. I'm so scared. Footsteps. Someone had been here. The thought gave me a strange mix of hope and dread. If someone had been here, they might come back. But would they help us? Or were they the reason we were trapped? I scanned the room again, more carefully this time, looking for anything I might have missed. My gaze fell on a small, almost invisible crack in the wall opposite the door. It was barely noticeable, but it was there. I crawled over to it, running my fingers along the edge. It felt like a door or a panel, something hidden. "I think I found something," I whispered, trying not to get too excited. "There's a crack in the wall, like a hidden door." The eyes widened in the keyhole, and the voice became more urgent. "Can you open it? Maybe that's the way out." I pressed against the crack, pushing with all my might, but the panel didn't budge. Frustration boiled inside me, but I couldn't give up now. I searched the floor, the walls, looking for anything that might help me pry it open. My fingers brushed against a loose tile on the floor. I pried it up, revealing a small, rusty metal tool underneath. It wasn't much, but it might be enough. I jammed the tool into the crack, using it as a lever to pry the panel open. It gave way slowly, creaking as it shifted. My heart raced with hope. Finally, the panel swung open, revealing a narrow passage beyond. I turned to the keyhole, excitement in my voice. I did it. I got it open. The eyes in the keyhole widened in shock and fear. "No, don't go in there. Please don't." I hesitated, the sudden change in tone unnerving me. "Why? What's in there?" But before they could answer, the door to my room creaked open behind me. I spun around, and the last thing I saw was a dark figure looming in the doorway before everything went black once more. Story 2. I always saw my neighbor watching me from his window. Mr. Wilkins lived alone in the small, worn-down house directly across from mine. He was an odd man, always staring, his eyes following my every move. At first, I thought it was harmless, a lonely old man with too much time on his hands. But over time, his staring became more intense, more focused, like he was waiting for something. Every morning when I left for work, there he was, standing behind his lace curtains, barely visible, yet unmistakably there. When I came home, it was the same, his eyes tracking me as I pulled into the driveway, as I unlocked my front door, as I went about my evening. It was unsettling, but I brushed it off. I had a busy life, and the last thing I needed was to get paranoid about a nosy neighbor. Then, one day I noticed something different. As I pulled into my driveway, I glanced over at Mr. Wilkins' house, as I had gotten used to doing, and saw that his usual lace curtains had been replaced. The new curtains were thick, dark, and almost completely opaque. But there was one odd thing, a small, round hole in the center, right at eye level. It was subtle, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. The thought that Mr. Wilkins had deliberately made a peephole sent a chill down my spine. That night, I tried to shake off the discomfort. I told myself that people changed their curtains all the time, and maybe the hole was just a coincidence. But as the hours ticked by, I couldn't get the image of that peephole out of my mind. Every creak in the house, every rustle of wind outside, set my nerves on edge. Around midnight, I decided to go to bed, hoping that sleep would take away the unease. But just as I was about to drift off, I heard a sound that jolted me awake, the unmistakable jiggle of my front door handle. My heart pounded as I shot up in bed, straining to listen. The handle jiggled again, more forcefully this time, as if someone was trying to break in. I grabbed my phone and tiptoed to the front door, my hands trembling. The house was dark, and I could barely see a thing, but I could feel the adrenaline coursing through me. I debated whether to call the police, but I didn't want to overreact if it was nothing. Maybe it was just a stray animal, or the wind. But deep down, I knew better. When I reached the front door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. I couldn't hear anything on the other side now, just silence. Gathering my courage, I slowly unlocked the door and pulled it open just a crack. There was nothing there, no person, no movement. But as I looked down, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A small piece of paper had been slipped under the door. My hands shook as I picked it up and unfolded it. Written in a scrawling, almost childlike handwriting were the words, "I'm closer than you think." I slammed the door shut, my heart racing. This wasn't just some random prank. Whoever had left that note had been right outside my door, watching, waiting. And the most terrifying part, I had no idea who it was, but I had a sinking feeling in my gut that it was Mr. Wilkins. I double-checked all the locks on my windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I barely slept that night, every sound magnified in the darkness, every shadow seeming to move with intent. The next morning I was a mess, exhausted, jumpy, and filled with dread. I tried to go about my day as usual, but all I could think about was the note. I kept the curtains drawn and avoided looking out at Mr. Wilkins' house, but I knew he was there, watching me through that peephole. By the time evening rolled around, I had worked myself into a frenzy. I knew I couldn't go on like this, living in fear. I had to confront him, or at least find out what he was up to. But I also knew I couldn't do it alone. I called my friend Sarah and told her everything. She listened quietly, her voice steady but concerned when she finally spoke. "I'll come over," she said. "We'll figure this out together." Sarah arrived within the hour, her presence immediately calming my nerves. We decided to go over to Mr. Wilkins' house and confront him. If he was responsible for the note, we'd make it clear that his behavior was unacceptable, and if necessary, we'd involve the police. Together, we crossed the street, my heart pounding with every step. When we reached his door, I hesitated before knocking. There was no answer at first, but I knocked again, louder this time. Finally, the door creaked open, and Mr. Wilkins stood there, his face shadowed in the dim light. He looked frail, harmless even, but the way his eyes darted between Sarah and me made my skin crawl. "Yes," he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Mr. Wilkins," I began, trying to keep my voice steady, "we need to talk. Have you been watching me?" He blinked, his expression blank. "Watching you? No, I don't." But before he could finish, I noticed something inside the house, a small table near the window, cluttered with binoculars, a notebook, and a camera. My stomach turned as I realized the extent of his obsession. Sarah must have seen it too, because she grabbed my arm, pulling me back. "We're leaving," she said firmly. As we turned to go, Mr. Wilkins called out, his voice suddenly desperate. "Wait, you don't understand." But I didn't care to hear what he had to say. We hurried back to my house, my heart still racing. The realization that Mr. Wilkins had been watching me, documenting my every move, was too much to bear. That night, I couldn't sleep, the note's message echoing in my mind, "I'm closer than you think." The next day, I filed a report with the police, and they promised to look into it. They visited Mr. Wilkins, and though they couldn't arrest him, they warned him to stay away from me. They also advised me to consider getting a restraining order. Mr. Wilkins never bothered me again after that, but the damage was done. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the sense of unease that had settled over my life. I put my house up for sale shortly after, unable to live there with the memories of his prying eyes and the terror that had seeped into every corner of my home. As I packed up my things, I found the note again, crumpled and forgotten in a drawer. I stared at the words, the fear they had once evoked now replaced by a deep sense of violation. Even though I was leaving, I knew I'd never truly escape the memory of that creepy neighbor and the way he had wormed his way into my life. Story 3. My phone rang at 3 a.m. The shrill sound cut through the silence of the night, jolting me awake. I groggily reached for my phone, squinting at the glowing screen. The caller ID showed unknown. A chill ran down my spine as I hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to answer. But curiosity, or perhaps something deeper, compelled me to swipe right. "Hello," I croaked, my voice thick with sleep. For a few seconds, there was nothing but dead air on the other end. Then, just as I was about to hang up, a shaky voice whispered, "I'm in your house." I froze, every hair on my body standing on end. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure the person on the other end could hear it. The voice was hoarse, barely more than a breath, but there was no mistaking the menace in those 4 words. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Was this some kind of sick prank? But the voice had sounded so real, so full of fear, or was it malice? I bolted out of bed, my feet hitting the cold floor with a thud that echoed through the quiet house. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, erasing any remnants of sleep. My eyes darted around the room, scanning every shadow, every corner, as I strained to listen for any signs of movement. Grabbing the baseball bat I kept under my bed, an old habit from my college days, I crept out of the bedroom. The hallway stretched out before me, dark and menacing, the moonlight barely piercing through the curtains. I tried to steady my breathing, but it was impossible. My chest felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. I moved cautiously, the bat gripped tightly in my sweaty hands. The hardwood floor creaked beneath my feet as I made my way toward the living room. Every sound seemed amplified: the ticking of the clock on the wall, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the soft rustle of the curtains swaying in the breeze. I checked the guest room first, pushing the door open slowly, half expecting to find someone lurking in the shadows. But the room was empty, the bed untouched, the closet door slightly ajar but revealing nothing out of the ordinary. I moved on to the bathroom, then the study, each room revealing nothing but darkness and silence. The living room was next. As I approached, a faint light caught my eye. It was my phone, lying on the couch where I must have left it earlier in the evening. But how had it ended up there when I had just answered it in my bedroom? I shook off the thought, focusing instead on the task at hand. I needed to check the locks, make sure all the windows were secure. As I approached the couch, something strange caught my eye. My phone screen was still lit, but the call history was gone. My heart skipped a beat. The call, the voice, it had vanished as if it had never happened. I checked the phone's log, scrolling through my recent calls, but there was no trace of the unknown caller. No missed calls, no incoming calls. It was as if the entire thing had been a figment of my imagination. But it couldn't have been. I heard that voice, felt the cold dread it brought with it. It was real, wasn't it? I stood in the middle of my living room, bat still in hand, as a deep sense of unease settled over me. My eyes scanned the room once more, landing on the front door. It was locked, the deadbolt firmly in place. I checked the windows, each one sealed shut with no sign of forced entry. Had someone really been in my house? Was it possible they had come and gone without leaving a trace? Or was this some kind of elaborate hoax, a psychological game meant to mess with my head? The silence of the house felt oppressive now, the shadows deeper and more menacing. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was still there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I backed into the corner of the room, my eyes darting from the hallway to the kitchen to the living room's darkened corners. The bat felt heavy in my hands, a flimsy defense against an unseen threat. I tried to calm my racing thoughts, to convince myself that it was just a bad dream, a bizarre prank that had gone too far. But the feeling of dread wouldn't go away. The more I tried to rationalize the situation, the more paranoid I became. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the windows made my heart skip a beat. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my phone and keys, threw on a jacket, and bolted out the front door. The cold night air hit me like a slap in the face, but it was a relief to be outside, away from the suffocating silence of the house. I got into my car, locked the doors, and sat there for a long moment, trying to steady my trembling hands. My phone buzzed again, startling me. I looked down at the screen, another call from unknown. I stared at the phone, my mind racing with fear and confusion. My thumb hovered over the answer button, but I couldn't bring myself to swipe right. Instead, I let it ring, watching the screen go dark once the call ended. The house loomed behind me, its dark windows staring back at me like eyes in the night. I didn't go back inside that night. Instead, I drove to a friend's house, desperate for the safety of company, the comfort of another person's presence. But even there, I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice on the phone wasn't done with me. And deep down, I knew that the call would come again. Story 4. The attic was a place I rarely ventured into. It was musty, cluttered, and filled with the forgotten remnants of my family's past. But on that particular afternoon, with the sun streaming through the small, grimy window, I decided it was time to tackle the mess. The floor creaked underfoot as I navigated the maze of old furniture, boxes, and cobwebs. After an hour of sorting through piles of old clothes, books, and random trinkets, I came across a large, dusty box tucked away in a corner. It was labeled Old Family Photos. Curious, I pulled it out, sat down on an old trunk, and opened the box. Inside there were stacks of photographs, some faded with age, others still crisp and vibrant. I began to flip through them, smiling at the black and white images of my grandparents on their wedding day, my parents as children, and holiday gatherings long before I was born. Each photo was a snapshot of a moment frozen in time, a window into the lives of my ancestors. But as I continued to sift through the pictures, something caught my eye. In one photo, my grandparents stood in front of their first home, a modest little house with a white picket fence. They were young and happy, smiling broadly at the camera. But there, just behind them, in the shadow of the house, was a dark figure. It was barely visible, almost blending into the shadows, but the more I looked, the clearer it became. A tall, shadowy figure, its features indistinguishable, standing just a few feet behind them. I frowned, leaning in closer. It could have been a trick of the light, or maybe an old photo processing error. I set the photo aside and continued to the next one. This one showed my mother as a little girl, sitting on the front steps of the same house, holding a doll. She was laughing, her hair in pigtails, her eyes bright with joy. But there it was again behind her, near the edge of the frame, that same shadowy figure. A chill ran down my spine. I went through more photos, my fingers trembling slightly now. Each one was the same. Birthday parties, family reunions, vacations all had that same shadowy figure lurking in the background. It was never the focus of the photo, always on the periphery, but unmistakably there. I began to feel uneasy, my heart pounding in my chest. I had never noticed anything unusual about these photos before, but now I couldn't unsee it. Who or what was that figure? Was it someone in the family? A neighbor? A family friend? Or was it something else entirely? My breath hitched as I reached the last photo in the box. It was a recent one, taken just a few months ago at my cousin's wedding. My entire family was there, lined up in front of the church, smiling for the camera. My parents, my siblings, my cousins, we were all there, dressed in our finest, celebrating a joyous occasion. But as I looked closer, my blood ran cold. There it was again, that same shadowy figure, standing just behind us. This time it was even clearer, its outline more defined. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form dark and ominous. I could almost make out where its eyes would be if it had eyes. The figure seemed to loom over us, its presence malevolent, as if it was watching, waiting. I dropped the photo, my hands trembling uncontrollably. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. How could this figure appear in photos spanning decades, looking exactly the same? It didn't make any sense. My rational mind tried to find a logical explanation, a trick of the light, a smudge on the camera lens, maybe even a flaw in the film. But deep down, I knew that none of these explanations felt right. As I sat there, staring at the scattered photos, a thought struck me, one that sent a shiver down my spine. What if this figure wasn't just a shadow in the photos? What if it was something more? What if it had been with my family all this time, following us through the generations, watching from the shadows? I slowly rose to my feet, suddenly aware of how quiet the attic had become. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the room. I glanced around nervously, half expecting to see the figure standing in a corner, watching me. But the attic was empty, just as it had always been. Clutching the last photo in my hand, I made my way downstairs, my heart pounding in my ears. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that I had uncovered something that was never meant to be found. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside made me jump. I kept the box of photos under my bed, too afraid to look at them again, but also too afraid to throw them away. I felt as though I had brought something into my life that I couldn't escape, something dark and foreboding. The next morning I decided to do some research. I needed to know if anyone else in my family had ever noticed the shadowy figure. I called my parents, my aunts, my uncles, everyone I could think of. But no one remembered anything strange about the photos. They all brushed it off, saying it was probably just my imagination or an old camera glitch, but their reassurances did little to calm my nerves. Days turned into weeks, and the unease never left me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the shadowy figure from the photos had somehow crossed over into my life. I started seeing shadows out of the corner of my eye, dark shapes that would disappear the moment I turned to look. I began to avoid the attic altogether, leaving the box of photos untouched, gathering dust under my bed. But deep down, I knew that the figure was still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. And I feared that one day, it would step out from the darkness and make itself known not just in old family photos, but in the world I lived in. Story 5. Working late had become a regular part of my job as a mall security guard, but I never really minded. The silence of the empty corridors and the soft hum of the air conditioning was almost peaceful, a stark contrast to the usual bustling noise of shoppers and chatter during the day. That night was no different until I started hearing footsteps. It was just after midnight, and I was making my rounds, checking that all the stores were locked and everything was in order. The echoes of my own footsteps bounced off the walls as I walked through the darkened halls, the only light coming from the occasional flickering bulb above. I was about to turn a corner when I heard a soft, rhythmic tap-tap behind me. I stopped in my tracks, the sound halting with me. Turning around, I scanned the area, but there was nothing, just the empty mall stretching out behind me. I chuckled to myself, shaking my head. It was probably just the old building settling, I thought, or maybe my mind playing tricks on me after a long day. I continued on my patrol, but the unease lingered. Each time I thought I had put the incident behind me, the sound would return, just faint enough to make me second-guess myself. I'd pause, listen, but still nothing. The tension in my chest grew tighter with each passing minute. Finally, I decided to head to the security office to check the cameras. If someone was messing with me, I'd catch them on the monitors. As I walked, I passed by a series of large, ornate mirrors lining the walls near one of the department stores. Something caught my eye in the reflection, a flash of red, just for a moment. I took a step back and peered closer. Scrawled across the mirror in bright red lipstick were the words, "We're waiting for you." I felt a chill run down my spine. My first thought was that it had to be a prank, some kids sneaking in after hours to get a rise out of the security guard. But the mall was locked down tight. There was no way anyone could have gotten in without tripping the alarms. My pulse quickened as I moved down the corridor, checking each mirror I passed. The message was written on all of them, in the same thick, looping handwriting. "We're waiting for you." I pulled out my radio and called for backup, but the only response was static. My heart pounded harder as I fiddled with the dials trying to get a clear signal. Nothing. The unease turned into full-blown fear. I abandoned the idea of checking the cameras and instead made my way toward the exit. If this was some kind of joke, it wasn't funny anymore. But as I reached the main entrance, I found the doors locked tight. The key I had always used didn't fit the lock. I spun around, my back pressed against the cold glass of the door. The mall felt different now, like it was alive and watching me. The once familiar corridors seemed to stretch on endlessly, every shadow deeper, every sound amplified. The soft tap-tap of footsteps echoed once again, this time louder, closer. Panic gripped me as I bolted down the hallway, my footsteps thundering against the tiled floor. The mirrors on either side seemed to reflect not just me, but something else, blurry figures that moved just out of sync with my own reflection. My breath came in ragged gasps as I ran past the darkened stores, their mannequins staring lifelessly out at me, like silent witnesses to my terror. I turned a corner and nearly slipped as I came to a stop in front of the mall's central fountain. The water, usually calm and clear, was now a murky red, like blood. I stared, horrified, as the crimson liquid bubbled up, spilling over the edges. The words "We're waiting for you" were now etched into the floor in front of the fountain, as if burned into the tiles. The footsteps grew louder, surrounding me. I spun around, desperate to find the source, but all I saw were shadows, dozens of them emerging from the darkness, their forms flickering like the failing lights above. They moved closer, their faces obscured, their bodies ethereal and barely solid. But their eyes burned with an unnatural light, fixing on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Backing away, I stumbled into a small alcove, a fitting room, its curtains half drawn. I yanked the curtain shut behind me, pressing myself against the wall. My heart raced so fast I thought it might burst. I tried to control my breathing, tried to convince myself that this wasn't real, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me after too many hours on the job. But then I heard the unmistakable sound of the curtain being slowly drawn open. I looked up, and there they were. The shadows had found me, their figures filling the small space, surrounding me on all sides. I could see their eyes, glowing in the darkness, and the faint outline of a smile on what I assumed were their faces. One of them leaned in close, so close I could feel the chill emanating from its form. It whispered in a voice that was both everywhere and nowhere, "We've been waiting for you." Before I could scream, they were upon me, the darkness swallowing me whole. Story 6. It was an ordinary Tuesday evening when the doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting any visitors, and I hadn't ordered anything online, so the sound caught me off guard. I peeked through the peephole but saw no one. The only thing on the doorstep was a small, plain package with no return address. A strange unease settled over me as I picked it up. It was surprisingly light, wrapped in brown paper, and sealed with clear tape. My name and address were written in neat, black ink, but there were no other markings. I brought the package inside, setting it on the kitchen table. The house was quiet, with the usual hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the clock as my only companions. As I stared at the package, a sense of dread began to creep in. There was something unsettling about it, something that made me hesitate before opening it. But curiosity got the better of me. I carefully peeled away the tape and unfolded the paper. Inside was a small, unmarked black box. I lifted the lid to find a single DVD, also unmarked, resting on a bed of cotton. My brow furrowed in confusion. Who would send me a DVD without any explanation? I retrieved my laptop, sliding the DVD into the drive. The screen flickered to life, and I leaned in closer as the video began to play. The footage was grainy and dark, but I could make out the outline of a bedroom, a very familiar bedroom. My bedroom. My breath caught in my throat as I watched. The camera was positioned in the corner of the room, facing the bed. The timestamp in the corner of the screen indicated the footage was from the previous night. My heart pounded as I saw myself lying in bed, sound asleep, completely unaware that I was being watched. The video played on, capturing hours of footage in eerie silence. The only sounds were the occasional rustling of sheets and my steady breathing. There was something deeply disturbing about seeing myself like this, so vulnerable, so exposed. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the screen, even as a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Then, as the video neared its end, the camera began to zoom in. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, but then with increasing speed. It zeroed in on my face, capturing every detail: the rise and fall of my chest, the slight twitch of my eyelids, the strands of hair falling across my pillow. The zoom continued until my face filled the entire screen, and the video froze on the final frame, a close-up of my face, peaceful and unaware. I slammed the laptop shut, my hands trembling. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Who had taken that video? How had they gotten into my house? And why would they send it to me? I stood up abruptly, pacing the room as I tried to calm my racing thoughts. The idea that someone had been in my bedroom, watching me as I slept, was terrifying. I felt violated, my privacy shattered in the most intimate of spaces. My first instinct was to call the police, but something stopped me. What would I even tell them? That someone had sent me a video of myself sleeping? Would they take me seriously? And what if whoever had sent the package was still watching, waiting for my reaction? I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, making sure they were secure. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone was out there, observing my every move. Unable to sit still, I grabbed a flashlight and did a thorough sweep of the house, checking every nook and cranny. The basement, the attic, the closets, everything was clear. But no matter how many times I reassured myself that the house was empty, the unease lingered. I returned to the kitchen, staring at the black box on the table. It felt like a taunt, a cruel reminder that someone had breached the sanctity of my home. My thoughts spun in circles, trying to piece together who could have done this and why. Had I angered someone without realizing it? Was this a prank taken too far? Or was it something more sinister? I couldn't stay in the house that night. The very walls seemed to close in on me, the shadows lurking in the corners feeling like they were hiding something or someone. I grabbed my keys and left, heading to a nearby hotel where I could at least feel a semblance of safety. Lying in the unfamiliar bed of the hotel room, I kept the lights on and my eyes wide open, but sleep eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the final frame of the video, the camera zooming in on my face, capturing my unconsciousness in disturbing detail. The memory of the package, the video, and the feeling of being watched haunted me. I knew I had to find out who was behind this. The thought of returning home filled me with dread, but I couldn't run forever. Whoever had done this was out there, and until I found out who and why, I would never feel safe again. The mystery of the package had upended my life, and as I lay there in the dark, I vowed to uncover the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. Story 7. The bus was nearly empty as I boarded, the only sounds the hiss of the hydraulic doors and the low hum of the engine. It was one of those late-night rides home that I'd grown accustomed to after long shifts at work. The city outside was dark, only the occasional street lamp breaking the monotony of the night. The familiar creaks of the bus felt almost comforting, a strange lullaby after a tiring day. I chose a seat near the back, where I could lean against the window and watch the world blur by. The bus jolted slightly as it pulled away from the stop, the movement soothing as I settled in, my eyelids heavy with exhaustion. There were a few other passengers scattered throughout the bus, but none near me. I sighed, grateful for the solitude. As we drove through the quiet streets, I drifted in and out of a light sleep, the steady rhythm of the bus lulling me further. The world outside became a series of fleeting images: dark storefronts, empty sidewalks, the occasional stray dog. My thoughts meandered, aimlessly drifting between the events of the day and the relief of finally heading home. It was during one of these hazy moments that I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone sitting down beside me. The seat dipped slightly, and I instinctively shifted to give the person more room. My tired mind didn't fully register the strangeness of it at first, the sensation so ordinary that I didn't think twice. I continued to stare out the window, the blur of the city lights reflecting off the glass. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something odd. The seat beside me seemed empty. Confused, I turned my head to look directly, but there was no one there. The seat, though slightly depressed as if occupied, was vacant. A chill crept up my spine as I quickly scanned the bus. The few passengers who had been on board earlier were still there, sitting in their respective spots, none of them paying any attention to me. I frowned, trying to shake off the unease that was slowly building inside me. Maybe I was just imagining things, I thought. It had been a long day, and I was probably more tired than I realized. But as I settled back into my seat, I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. The sensation of being watched, of not being alone, persisted, prickling at the edges of my consciousness. The bus continued its journey, the streets outside growing darker as we left the more populated areas. I tried to focus on the passing scenery, on anything other than the empty seat beside me, but my mind kept drifting back. Every so often I'd glance sideways, half expecting to see someone materialize out of thin air, but the seat remained empty. Then, without warning, the lights inside the bus flickered. It was brief, just a split second, but it was enough to make my heart skip a beat. I straightened up, suddenly fully alert, my pulse quickening as I looked around. The other passengers didn't seem to notice, still lost in their own worlds, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease that was quickly turning into fear. I glanced at the driver, hoping for some reassurance, but he was focused on the road, oblivious to my growing anxiety. The bus rumbled on, the darkened streets outside offering no comfort. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but the air felt thick, almost oppressive. That's when I felt it again, a presence beside me, closer this time. My skin prickled, and I turned my head ever so slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The seat was still empty, but I could feel it, a weight, a coldness that hadn't been there before. It was as if someone or something was sitting there, watching me with unseen eyes. Panicking, I quickly stood up and moved to a seat closer to the front, near the few remaining passengers. I could feel their curious glances as I sat down, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be as far away from that seat as possible. As the bus neared my stop, I kept my eyes firmly on the front, refusing to look back. I gripped the edge of my seat, counting down the minutes until I could leave this unnerving ride behind. When the bus finally slowed to a stop, I practically leaped out of my seat, hurrying towards the doors. The driver gave me a strange look as I passed, but I didn't stop to explain. I just wanted to get off that bus and into the safety of the open air. But just as I reached the doors, I hesitated, turning back to the driver. "Did anyone else get on after my stop?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. The driver furrowed his brow, shaking his head. "No, you were the last one. Why?" I stared at him, my heart pounding in my ears. I thought I saw someone. The driver's expression softened, as if he understood more than he was letting on. "Late night rides can play tricks on you," he said quietly. "Best not to think too much about it." I nodded numbly, stepping off the bus and into the cool night air. As the bus drove away, I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. I could still feel the weight of that unseen presence, the lingering coldness that had seeped into my bones. That night I barely slept, my mind racing with thoughts of the empty seat and the unseen passenger who had joined me on my ride home. From then on, I avoided the back of the bus, unwilling to take any chances. The memory of that night haunted me, a constant reminder that sometimes the things we can't see are the ones we should fear the most. Story 8. After a recent break-in, I decided it was time to install a top-of-the-line security system. The incident had left me shaken, and I wasn't going to let something like that happen again. I spared no expense, opting for a system with cameras, motion detectors, and an alarm that would alert me and the authorities if anything unusual happened. The technician assured me that it was one of the best on the market, nearly impossible to tamper with. For the first few weeks, life slowly returned to normal. I slept better knowing that my home was secure, the memory of the break-in fading as I focused on work and other daily routines. But one night, just as I was beginning to drift off to sleep, the piercing sound of the alarm jolted me awake. My heart pounded as I scrambled out of bed, my mind racing through every possible scenario. I grabbed my phone and quickly accessed the security systems app, expecting to see footage of someone trying to break in. But to my surprise, everything looked perfectly normal. The cameras showed empty rooms, the motion detectors reported no activity, and all the doors and windows were still locked. Confused, I reset the alarm, chalking it up to a possible glitch. After all, no system is perfect, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I walked through the house, checking every room and corner, but everything seemed just as it should be. Finally, convincing myself that it was indeed just a technical error, I returned to bed, though it took me a while to fall back asleep. The next morning, I called the security company to report the false alarm. They ran a diagnostic test remotely and assured me that the system was working fine, with no indication of any tampering or malfunction. Their reassurances did little to ease my anxiety, but I had no choice but to trust their expertise. Days passed without incident, and I began to relax again. But then, late one night, the alarm went off once more. This time I didn't bother checking the app right away. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept under my bed and cautiously made my way downstairs. The house was eerily silent, the only sound being my own heavy breathing and the soft creak of the floorboards under my feet. When I reached the living room, I was greeted by the sight of the security panel flashing red. The alarm was still blaring, but there was no sign of a break-in. The doors were locked, the windows secure, and the cameras showed nothing out of the ordinary. Frustrated, I reset the alarm again and turned off the blaring noise. As I was about to head back to bed, something caught my eye. The security panel, usually firmly fixed to the wall, seemed slightly askew. I stepped closer and saw that the screws had been loosened, the panel barely hanging on. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I realized that someone had been in my house. I quickly removed the panel, revealing a tangle of wires that had been cut and reconnected in a way that I couldn't understand. I rushed to the phone to call the police, but before I could dial, my eyes were drawn to the coffee table in the center of the living room. There, in the middle of the table, was a small piece of paper. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it stood out like a beacon in the dimly lit room. I walked over, my hands trembling as I picked it up. In neat, almost meticulous handwriting, the note read, "You weren't supposed to see this." My blood ran cold as the weight of the situation settled in. Someone had not only breached my supposedly secure system, but had also been inside my house, inside my living room, without my knowledge. They had tampered with my alarm, likely to test how much they could manipulate it without triggering a response, and somehow I had interrupted them. I felt sick to my stomach. How long had they been in my house? Had they watched me sleep? Were they still watching me now? I quickly dialed the police, my voice shaky as I explained what had happened. They arrived within minutes, but by the time they got there, the intruder was long gone. The police officers were thorough, checking every possible entry point and going over the security footage with a fine-tooth comb. But there was no sign of forced entry, no clear image of the intruder on the cameras. The only evidence was the note, which they took as part of their investigation. Days passed, but the police were unable to find any leads. They suggested that I upgrade my security system, but even that offered little comfort. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the sense that whoever had been in my house wasn't done yet. Every creak, every shadow sent my heart racing, and I found myself jumping at the slightest noise. Weeks turned into months, and the break-in became another unsolved mystery. But the note remained etched in my mind, a constant reminder that someone had been in my home and that they could return whenever they wanted. I eventually replaced the security system with an even more advanced one, but the sense of safety I had once felt was gone, replaced by a lingering fear that I couldn't quite shake. And every night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't help but wonder what wasn't I supposed to see. Story 9. It started on an ordinary Monday. I was getting ready for bed when I noticed a small piece of paper sticking out from under my front door. I picked it up, thinking it might be a flyer or a misplaced letter. But as I unfolded it, I felt a chill run down my spine. The note was handwritten, the letters slightly jagged, as if the writer was in a hurry or unsettled. It read, "Today you wore a blue jacket and black jeans. You grabbed coffee from the shop on Elm Street and spent 15 minutes chatting with the barista, Sarah." I dropped the note as if it had burned my fingers. Who would write something like this? My mind raced, trying to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was a prank, a strange joke by someone who knew me well enough to describe my day in such detail. But even then, it felt too personal, too invasive. I checked my windows and doors, making sure everything was locked, before convincing myself it was just a one-time thing. But the uneasy feeling lingered as I fell asleep, the note still crumpled on the floor. The next morning, I found another note. This one was longer. You spent your lunch break at the park today. You sat on the third bench from the entrance, facing the pond. You fed the ducks, even though the sign says not to. Afterward, you visited the bookstore on Maple Street and bought a mystery novel. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The notes were unsettlingly accurate. My routine was nothing special, but seeing it written out by a stranger made it feel like I was being stalked, like I was a character in some twisted game. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That someone was leaving notes describing my daily life. They'd probably brush it off as a harmless prank. Besides, there was no real threat yet. As the week progressed, the notes became more frequent, and the details more intimate. They mentioned conversations I had with coworkers, the route I took home, even the groceries I bought. Each note was a reminder that I was never truly alone, that someone out there was keeping tabs on me. I started changing my routine, hoping to throw off whoever was following me. I took different routes to work, skipped my usual coffee stop, and avoided places where I might be seen. But no matter what I did, the notes kept coming, describing my altered routine with the same unnerving precision. You're trying to lose me, aren't you? But I'm always watching. Tonight you stayed late at the office hoping I wouldn't notice. But I saw you, working on that report, your brow furrowed in concentration. You left at 8:47 p.m. and walked home in the dark, even though the bus would have been safer. By now I was terrified. I couldn't understand how they were doing it. How could someone know so much about my every move? I started looking over my shoulder, feeling paranoid whenever I stepped outside. I avoided eye contact with strangers, suspecting everyone around me. The notes had taken over my life, turning every day into a nightmare of anxiety and fear. Then came the final note. Tonight I'll be closer. Those 4 words sent me into a panic. What did they mean by closer? Were they planning to break into my apartment? Attack me on the street? I had no idea what to expect, and that was the worst part. I called the police, my hands shaking as I dialed the number. This time I couldn't brush it off as a prank. They promised to send a patrol car to check the area, but their assurances did little to calm my nerves. I couldn't stay in my apartment, not with the possibility of someone lurking just outside. I packed a bag, deciding to stay at a friend's place for the night. As I was leaving, I heard a soft knock on the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly approached, peering through the peephole. No one was there. I hesitated, then opened the door, my breath catching in my throat. There was nothing, no person, no note, just the quiet hallway. I slammed the door shut and grabbed my bag, practically running out of the building. My friend lived across town, and the drive felt like it took forever. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a car following me, but the roads were empty. When I finally arrived, I collapsed on my friend's couch, exhausted and shaken. I explained everything, showing them the notes I had kept. They were as horrified as I was, insisting I stay with them until things blew over. That night I barely slept. Every creak, every shadow seemed to hide a threat. My friend tried to reassure me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even there. The next morning, there was no new note, and the police found no signs of anyone near my apartment. But the fear lingered, a constant presence in the back of my mind. I never found out who wrote the notes or why they targeted me. I moved to a new apartment in a different part of the city, hoping to leave the nightmare behind. But sometimes when I'm alone, I still feel that familiar chill, like someone's eyes are on me, watching from the shadows. And I wonder if the stalker is still out there, waiting to slip another note under my door. Story 10. I had always dreamed of owning a home, a place to call my own. After years of saving, I finally bought a modest 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood. The house wasn't anything grand, but it had character-charming details like a creaky wooden staircase, large bay windows, and an attic with a small round window that overlooked the street. It was the kind of house that had a history, one that I hoped would soon be filled with new memories of my own. The first few days were a whirlwind of moving boxes, unpacking and settling in. The neighborhood was as peaceful as I had imagined. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the occasional bark of a distant dog. I quickly settled into a routine, enjoying the solitude and the comforting stillness of the house. But it wasn't long before I noticed something strange. Every night, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I would hear footsteps upstairs. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling, or perhaps my imagination running wild in the unfamiliar space. But the footsteps persisted, night after night, always around the same time. They were slow, deliberate, and distinctly human. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the old pipes, I told myself, or the wind finding its way through the old house's crevices. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. The footsteps had a weight to them, as if someone was pacing back and forth in the upstairs hallway. I started to dread nighttime. I would lie in bed, heart pounding, waiting for the footsteps to start. When they did, I would freeze, unable to move, hoping that they would stop soon. They always did, after what felt like an eternity, but the fear lingered long after. One evening, after yet another restless night, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I climbed the creaky staircase and made my way to the second floor. The hallway was dark, the kind of dark that seemed to swallow the weak beam of my flashlight. I checked each room, my footsteps echoing off the wooden floors, but found nothing unusual. The rooms were empty, just as I had left them. Finally, I reached the attic door. It was an old wooden door with a brass knob, slightly worn from years of use. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. I hadn't been up to the attic since I moved in. There was no reason to, as I had no need for the extra storage space. But the footsteps, they had to be coming from somewhere. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The attic was musty and filled with the scent of aged wood and dust. The round window cast a pale sliver of moonlight across the floor, illuminating the old boxes and furniture that the previous owners had left behind. It was exactly as I expected, silent, empty, and undisturbed. I was about to close the door when something caught my eye. In the thin layer of dust that covered the floor, I saw them a set of footprints. They were faint but unmistakable, leading from the attic door to the other side of the room. My heart skipped a beat as I followed them with my flashlight. They stopped just in front of an old wardrobe, one I hadn't noticed before. The wardrobe was tall and imposing, made of dark wood with ornate carvings on the doors. It looked out of place among the other forgotten belongings, as if it had been left there on purpose. I reached out to open it, but a chill ran down my spine and I hesitated. Something about the wardrobe felt wrong. I backed away slowly, deciding to leave the attic and lock the door behind me. But as I turned to leave, the attic door slammed shut with a force that made me jump. I ran to the door, my heart racing, and tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. Panicking, I banged on the door and yelled for help, even though I knew no one would hear me. My phone was downstairs, and I was alone. The air in the attic felt thick and suffocating, and I could feel the walls closing in on me. I had to get out. In a desperate attempt, I turned back to the wardrobe. Maybe there was another way out, a hidden passage or something that I hadn't noticed. I yanked the doors open, and inside I found a small, dusty mirror leaning against the back. The reflection in the mirror wasn't mine. I stared in horror as the figure in the mirror moved. It was a man, tall and thin, with hollow eyes and a twisted grin. He was standing in the attic, just behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The attic was empty, just as before. But when I looked back at the mirror, the man was gone, and in his place was a message scrawled in the dust, "You're not alone." The attic door creaked open on its own, and I fled, not daring to look back. I locked the attic and the master bedroom doors and spent the night on the couch, clutching a kitchen knife. The footsteps never returned after that night, but the house no longer felt like mine. It was as if the walls themselves were watching, waiting for something. The next morning I packed a bag and left the house without looking back. I never returned, leaving it to its secrets and the figure in the mirror. It was no longer my home, and I didn't want to find out who or what had claimed it. Story 11. The late-night diner was a sanctuary of sorts for me. It was a place where I could retreat from the noise and chaos of the day, enjoying the quiet solace of a meal. That night, the diner was particularly empty, save for a few scattered patrons and the low hum of the neon sign outside. I settled into a booth near the back, facing the counter. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee and sizzling bacon filled the air, creating a sense of comfort that was both familiar and reassuring. I flipped through the pages of the menu, trying to decide between the meatloaf and the burgers, when I noticed something odd. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure sitting in the booth behind me. I glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing, just the empty booth and the flickering light above it. I shook my head, attributing it to the dim lighting playing tricks on my eyes. Returning to the menu, I decided on the meatloaf. As I waited for my food, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I glanced over my shoulder again, but the booth behind me remained empty. I tried to ignore the unsettling feeling, focusing instead on the warm coffee in front of me and the comfort of the diner's ambience. The minutes ticked by slowly. My food arrived and I began to eat, forcing myself to push away the feeling of unease. I distracted myself with thoughts of work and upcoming plans, trying not to let my mind wander back to the mysterious figure. I enjoyed the meatloaf more than I expected, savoring each bite. But the feeling of being watched never left me. Every now and then I'd catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, but each time I looked, the booth behind me was still empty. It was as though someone or something was deliberately trying to stay out of view. When I finished my meal and signaled for the check, I felt a strange mix of relief and apprehension. I was eager to leave, but there was an odd sense of foreboding that made me linger. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with a tired smile, brought the bill and chatted briefly as I paid. As I gathered my belongings and stood up to leave, I glanced one last time at the booth behind me. Empty. The diner's light cast long shadows, and the atmosphere felt even more eerie now that I was standing. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the creeping unease, and headed for the exit. Just as I reached the door, I noticed a folded note lying on the table where I had been sitting. My heart skipped a beat. I hadn't seen anyone come near my table while I was eating. I hesitated for a moment, my curiosity battling with a sense of dread, then walked back to the booth to pick up the note. With trembling hands, I unfolded it. The message was written in neat, deliberate handwriting. "We've been watching." A chill ran down my spine. I looked around the diner, but it was still empty, the only sound the distant hum of the refrigerator and the occasional clink of dishes from the kitchen. The note felt like a personal invasion, a reminder that someone had been observing me, perhaps even during the entire time I was there. I stuffed the note into my pocket, my mind racing. Had someone been following me? The thought made my skin crawl. I glanced around the diner once more, trying to spot anything unusual, but everything seemed normal. I was alone in my paranoia, but the note was a stark reminder that someone knew where I was and had chosen to leave a message. As I stepped out into the cool night air, I glanced around the parking lot, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. My car was parked under a street lamp, casting a pool of light on the asphalt. I walked briskly to it, keeping my eyes peeled for any sign of movement. I unlocked the door and slipped inside, locking it behind me. The drive home was tense, every shadow and passing car making me jump. I replayed the note over and over in my mind, trying to piece together what it meant. Who had been watching me, and why? The simple message seemed to carry a weight far beyond its words. When I arrived home, I checked every room, every corner, as if expecting someone to be hiding there. I found nothing out of the ordinary, but the sense of unease lingered. I pulled the note from my pocket and read it again, my thoughts racing. The handwriting was clean and legible, but I didn't recognize it. There were no clues as to who might have left it. Unable to shake the feeling of being watched, I locked all the doors and windows before sitting down at my desk, trying to distract myself with work. But my concentration was shattered. Every creak of the house seemed amplified, every gust of wind against the window like a whispering threat. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I fell into a restless sleep. But even in my dreams, the note haunted me, and the sense of being watched never fully receded. The next morning, I found the note still in my pocket, a chilling reminder of the previous night's events. I tried to put it out of my mind, attributing it to a prank or a misguided joke. But as days passed, the unease remained, a shadow lurking in the corners of my thoughts. The late-night diner visit became a haunting memory, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, was still watching me. Story 12. It was the kind of adventure that drew me and my friend Mark together exploring abandoned places. This time our destination was the Old St. Augustine Hospital, a decrepit relic from the mid-20th century that had long since been closed down. Rumors of eerie occurrences and strange noises had surrounded the place for years, but that only fueled our excitement. We were both seasoned explorers, always on the lookout for our next thrill. As we approached the hospital, the building loomed before us like a forsaken giant. Its once grand facade was now covered in layers of grime and neglect. Broken windows gaped like hollow eyes, and the front door, barely hanging on its hinges, creaked ominously as we pushed it open. The interior was a maze of abandoned hallways and darkened rooms, each step echoing with a hollow sound. The air was thick with dust and decay, and the once sterile smell of antiseptic had long since been replaced by the musty stench of mold. Our flashlights cut through the gloom, casting long, eerie shadows on the cracked walls. Mark and I had a rule during our explorations: we always stayed together. But the hospital was so vast and our curiosity got the better of us. We decided to split up to cover more ground, agreeing to meet back in the main lobby in an hour. As I wandered through the labyrinthine corridors, the oppressive silence was occasionally broken by the distant clatter of metal and the faint whispers that seemed to drift through the hallways. I tried to dismiss them as echoes or my imagination running wild, but they had an unsettling quality to them. Each time I stopped to listen, the whispers would fade away, leaving only the sound of my own breathing and the shuffling of my feet. The farther I ventured into the building, the more disoriented I became. The layout was a confusing tangle of hallways and staircases, each corridor looking remarkably similar to the last. I could hear the occasional scurrying of small creatures and the distant groan of the old building settling, but other than that, the place was eerily quiet. Eventually, I found myself in a darkened room that appeared to have once been a patient's quarters. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only the dim light from my flashlight revealing the outlines of dilapidated furniture and peeling wallpaper. The air felt colder here, and a shiver ran down my spine. I had the distinct feeling that I was not alone, though I couldn't quite place why. I moved to the center of the room, my flashlight sweeping across the walls. It was then that I saw a message scrawled on the wall in what looked like dried, dark red paint, or possibly something more sinister. The message read, "You shouldn't be here." My heart skipped a beat. I stepped closer, shining my flashlight directly on the words to ensure I wasn't imagining things. The message was clear and chilling. The handwriting was jagged and uneven, adding to the ominous atmosphere. I could feel my pulse quicken, a mix of fear and adrenaline surging through me. I glanced around the room, half expecting someone or something to leap out at me. The whispers from earlier seemed to grow louder in my mind, though they remained faint and elusive. I tried to call out to Mark, but my voice came out as a hoarse whisper, swallowed by the oppressive silence. Determined to find an explanation, I searched the room more thoroughly. The walls were lined with faded medical posters and old, rusted medical equipment covered in dust. Nothing seemed out of place, aside from the disturbing message. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, or that I had stumbled into a place I wasn't meant to be. Just as I was about to leave the room and search for Mark, I heard a loud crash from somewhere in the building. My heart raced. The sound echoed through the corridors, and I instinctively moved toward it, hoping it was Mark. I navigated the twisting hallways, my flashlight beam darting in every direction, but the corridors seemed even darker and more labyrinthine than before. When I finally reached the source of the noise, I found nothing but an overturned cart and scattered medical supplies. There was no sign of Mark, and the building was as silent as ever. I felt a rising panic, the realization that I was alone in this vast, decaying hospital weighing heavily on me. I tried to call out again, my voice trembling with fear. I decided to return to the main lobby, hoping that Mark would be waiting there. The journey back was nerve-wracking. Every creak and groan of the building seemed amplified, and the whispers from earlier seemed to follow me, growing more insistent and urgent. I moved quickly, my flashlight darting around the dark corners, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was just out of sight, watching me. When I finally reached the lobby, Mark was there, leaning against the wall and looking visibly shaken. His face lit up with relief when he saw me. "There you are," he exclaimed. I was starting to get worried. I relayed my experience to him, showing him the eerie message I had found. Mark listened intently, his expression growing more serious with each detail. He suggested that we leave immediately, and I wholeheartedly agreed. We made our way out of the building, the sense of unease not lifting until we were safely outside. As we drove away from the abandoned hospital, the weight of what we had experienced settled over us. The message on the wall and the whispers that had followed me were unsettling, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk in places long forgotten by time. To this day, the memory of that night haunts me. The abandoned hospital remains a dark chapter in my life, a place where the past seemed to bleed into the present, and where the message on the wall was a chilling reminder that some places are best left undisturbed. Story 13. The late shift at the office was usually quiet, a welcome reprieve from the day's frenetic pace. As the lone worker in the building, I'd grown accustomed to the silence that blanketed the corridors. It was a solitude I found oddly comforting, a space to think without the constant buzz of conversation and the clatter of keyboards. but tonight the usual calm was tinged with an unsettling edge. I punched the button for the elevator and waited in the dimly lit lobby, the fluorescent lights flickering intermittently overhead. My mind was on autopilot as I replayed the day's events, the hum of the elevator growing louder as it approached. The doors slid open with a soft chime and I stepped inside, the familiar scent of metal and cleaning chemicals greeting me. I pressed the button for my floor and leaned back against the wall, my eyes drifting over the unremarkable interior. The elevator lurched into motion, and I felt a familiar jolt as it began its ascent. But as the elevator began its journey, something felt off. The elevator stopped at the first floor, a brief pause before the doors slid open to an empty hallway. The scene was mundane, the floor deserted as always at this hour. I could see my own reflection in the shiny doors across from me, the fluorescent light casting a ghostly pallor over my face. The doors closed again, and the elevator continued its ascent. It stopped at the second floor. The same emptiness greeted me. The pattern continued, each floor a carbon copy of the last, vacant, silent, and still. My anxiety began to rise with each stop, the unease of the unknown creeping over me like a cold draft. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though the empty elevator and deserted floors offered no clues. By the time we reached the fifth floor, my nerves were frayed. Each stop felt like an eternity, and the sensation of being trapped in the small metal box with no escape began to take its toll. I paced in the confined space, the elevator's repetitive chime echoing in my ears. The minutes seemed to stretch into hours, each second a test of my composure. Finally, the elevator dinged, signaling our arrival at my floor. The doors slid open with an almost mocking smoothness, and I stepped out with a sense of relief. But just as I was about to walk away, a small, crumpled piece of paper fell from the elevator's interior, fluttering to the ground at my feet. I stared at it for a moment, unsure of what to do. My curiosity and perhaps a bit of dread compelled me to pick it up. Unfolding the note with trembling hands, I read the words scrawled in uneven handwriting: "I've been following you." A chill ran down my spine. The note was eerily simple, but the message was clear. My heart pounded in my chest as I glanced back at the now closed elevator doors. Had someone been tracking my movements? The thought was both frightening and absurd. I knew the building was secure, with cameras installed in every corridor and common area. But if someone had been able to get past security and follow me, what else might they be capable of? I hurried back to my desk, the note clutched tightly in my hand. My mind raced with possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. Had someone been monitoring my movements, waiting for the perfect moment to confront me? Or was this a cruel prank designed to unsettle me? I pulled up the security footage on my computer, fast-forwarding through the recording of the elevator lobby. My heart sank as I reviewed the footage. The camera captured the elevator arriving at each floor, but no one else was visible in the frame. It was as if the floors were populated only by shadows and echoes. I rewound the footage and watched it again, more closely this time. Still, there was no one to be seen. I tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was a prank from one of my colleagues, a joke taken too far. But the unease lingered, and the note remained a grim reminder of the night's events. I decided to take extra precautions, ensuring that all the office doors were securely locked and checking the perimeter of the building. As the hours ticked by, the building seemed to grow quieter, the silence pressing in on me from all sides. The shadows in the corners seemed darker, the hum of the air conditioning louder. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, even though every security measure I took reassured me that I was alone. The rest of the night passed in a haze of vigilance and paranoia. I kept glancing at the elevators, half expecting the doors to open and reveal a hidden figure. But the building remained empty, save for my own tense presence. When the first rays of dawn began to seep through the office windows, I finally allowed myself a moment of respite. I left the office as soon as the sun was up, the early morning light offering a semblance of comfort. The note remained on my desk, a silent testament to the fear that had taken hold of me. I decided to report the incident to building security, hoping that a thorough review of the security footage and an increased presence in the building would provide some answers. As I walked to my car, I glanced back at the office building. It loomed behind me, a fortress of steel and glass that now felt more like a trap than a sanctuary. I couldn't shake the feeling that the note was just the beginning, that the true nature of the threat remained hidden, waiting for its next opportunity. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't escape the lingering sense of unease. The note remained a haunting reminder of that night, a chilling piece of evidence that someone or something had been following me. And though the security measures were increased and the building was thoroughly inspected, the fear never fully left me. Every time I entered the elevator, I found myself glancing at the closed doors, half expecting to see a shadow or a figure emerging from the darkness. The late-night call and the eerie note had left an indelible mark on my psyche, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things are not what we can see, but what we can see, but what we can't. Story 14. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows over the quiet lot as I parked my car and headed toward the building. It was a small, inconspicuous office tucked away on the edge of town, a place I frequented occasionally for work-related errands. Today, I was simply dropping off some documents and expected to be in and out quickly. The lot was eerily deserted, save for a few other cars parked at odd angles. I thought nothing of it as I locked my car and walked briskly toward the entrance of the building. The door clicked open, and the cool air inside was a welcome relief from the heat. I made my way to the receptionist, exchanged pleasantries, and handed over the paperwork. The whole process took no more than 15 minutes. As I left the building, the sky had begun to darken, a soft twilight settling over the area. I walked back to the lot, my steps echoing against the concrete. That's when I noticed something was wrong. My car was no longer where I had parked it. My heart began to race. I stopped abruptly, my eyes scanning the lot for any sign of my vehicle. A quick check of the surrounding area revealed that my car was nowhere in sight. I felt a jolt of panic surge through me. I fumbled for my phone, ready to call the police, but before I could dial, something caught my eye. A figure emerged from the shadows, moving with a slow, deliberate pace. I squinted, trying to make out any details, but the figure was too far away, their face obscured by the dim light. The figure seemed to be walking toward me, but I was too absorbed in my predicament to focus on them. I turned my attention back to the lot. Maybe my car had been towed, I thought. I checked the signs around the lot to see if there was a note about towing or parking restrictions, but nothing stood out. My panic grew with each passing second. I looked around for any sign of someone who might help, but the lot was as deserted as it had been when I first arrived. Then, as if in a trance, I approached the spot where my car had been parked. That's when I saw a message scrawled in dust on the windshield of an old, beat-up car parked nearby. The message read, "You should have stayed inside." I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The handwriting was messy, almost frantic, and the message was unsettling in its simplicity. It was as if whoever had written it knew exactly where to leave it for me to find. I looked around again, more frantically now, hoping to see anyone who could explain this. Just then, the figure I had seen earlier moved closer, emerging from the shadows with a purposeful stride. I felt a shiver run down my spine. The figure was cloaked in darkness, their features still indistinguishable. My heart pounded as I took a hesitant step back. "What's going on?" I called out, my voice shaky. "Where's my car?" The figure stopped, but did not respond. I could barely make out their silhouette in the fading light. I took another step back, my fear escalating. I had no idea who this person was or what they wanted. The message on the windshield seemed to hint at something ominous, something far beyond a mere car theft. I turned to leave, hoping to find help elsewhere, but just as I did, the figure spoke. Their voice was low and distorted, as if coming from a distance. It's not about the car, it's about the message. I stopped in my tracks, my mind racing. What message? What was going on? I turned back toward the figure, but they were already retreating, their form fading into the growing darkness. I felt a mixture of fear and frustration. I had to know what was happening. I approached the old car with the message. As I examined it more closely, I noticed something strange. The dust on the windshield seemed to be disturbed, as if someone had recently touched it. I could make out faint, hurried footprints leading away from the car, vanishing into the dimly lit lot. My mind raced with questions. Who had written the message? Why had they taken my car? And what did they mean by "you should have stayed inside"? I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something sinister at play, something more than a simple prank or theft. I decided to call the police. I dialed 911, my hands trembling. As I explained the situation, I could hear the urgency in the dispatcher's voice. They assured me that an officer would be dispatched to the scene immediately. As I waited, I felt a growing sense of dread. The night had fully settled, and the lot was bathed in eerie, dim light from a few scattered street lamps. I paced nervously, glancing around every few seconds. Every shadow seemed to shift and move, and every sound seemed amplified in the silence. When the police arrived, they took my statement and began to investigate. They checked the lot and interviewed a few nearby businesses, but there were no witnesses and no surveillance footage. My car was nowhere to be found, and the old car with the message was still there, untouched. The officers seemed puzzled but assured me they would continue searching. They advised me to stay in a safe place and to contact them if I had any more information. As I left the lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The message and the shadowy figure had left an indelible mark on my mind. I went home, trying to make sense of what had happened, but the unease remained. Days passed and my car was never recovered. The police investigation turned up no leads, and the message remained a chilling enigma. I couldn't stop thinking about the figure and the cryptic warning. It was as if someone or something was still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching me. The incident had changed me. I found myself wary of secluded places and reluctant to venture out alone. The message left in the dust was a constant reminder that there was more to the world than met the eye, and that sometimes staying inside was the safest option of all. Story 15. The sun was setting behind the hills, casting a golden hue over the quiet neighborhood. I was in my backyard, trimming the overgrown hedge, when I stumbled upon something strange half buried in the dirt. At first, I thought it was a discarded toy or an old piece of metal, but as I cleared away the soil, I realized it was a dog's collar. It was a simple, silver metal tag attached to a red leather strap, worn with age but still sturdy. The tag had the name Max engraved on it, along with a phone number. I brushed off the dirt and held it up to the fading light, noticing how the leather had cracked and the metal was tarnished. It seemed like it had been there for quite some time. Curious and slightly concerned, I decided to return the collar to its owner. I knew my neighbor, Mr. Thompson, had a dog named Max. He had mentioned losing his dog a few weeks ago, and the entire neighborhood had been on the lookout since then. I hoped this collar might bring some closure to the search. I walked across the street and up to Mr. Thompson's porch. He was a quiet, elderly man who kept to himself, but I knew he'd appreciate the gesture. I rang the doorbell and waited. After a moment, Mr. Thompson answered, his face breaking into a tired but hopeful smile. "Good evening, Mr. Thompson. I found this in my backyard," I said, holding out the collar. His smile faltered as he took the collar into his trembling hands. He turned it over, examining it closely. His face turned an ashen color, and he swallowed hard. This collar hasn't been seen for years," he stammered. I was taken aback. "But you said you lost Max recently. This collar has your dog's name on it." Mr. Thompson's gaze was distant, as if he were looking through me rather than at me. "Max went missing a few weeks ago, but this collar, it disappeared years ago. I haven't seen it since he trailed off," shaking his head. "Something doesn't add up." "Are you sure?" I asked, puzzled. Maybe it just got misplaced and turned up now. Mr. Thompson's eyes were filled with a mix of confusion and fear. I remember clearly. It was the same collar I bought for him when he was a pup. I lost it during the renovation of the house. That was 5 years ago. We both fell silent. The air seemed to thicken, as if the shadows were closing in on us. Mr. Thompson looked troubled, his hands clutching the collar tightly. "Do you think someone might have found it and put it in my yard?" I ventured, trying to make sense of the situation. "It's possible," Mr. Thompson replied, his voice barely a whisper. "But it's strange, very strange." I offered to help Mr. Thompson look around his yard, thinking that perhaps there was some clue as to how the collar ended up in my backyard. He reluctantly agreed, and we started combing through the area, but found nothing out of the ordinary. As we finished up, Mr. Thompson took a deep breath. "There's something I haven't told you. When Max went missing, I had a strange encounter with a man who claimed to have seen Max. He was oddly insistent and gave me directions to a place I didn't recognize. I didn't follow up on it because it seemed too outlandish. Maybe this man was connected to the collar somehow," I suggested, trying to piece together the puzzle. "It's possible," Mr. Thompson said, "but the man never seemed quite right. His eyes were unsettling. It felt like he knew more than he was letting on." That night, as I sat in my living room, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I found myself thinking about the collar and Mr. Thompson's strange reaction. The mystery of how the collar ended up in my yard and the cryptic nature of the man Mr. Thompson had encountered kept me awake. The next day, I decided to investigate further. I visited the neighborhood and spoke with a few locals, hoping to find some information about the strange man Mr. Thompson had mentioned. Most people remembered him as an unusual figure who had been seen around the area a few times but didn't know much more. I followed up on a tip that led me to an old warehouse at the edge of town. It was run down and abandoned, but I felt a strange compulsion to check it out. The warehouse was filled with dusty relics and forgotten items. As I searched, I found something that made my blood run cold: a collection of old dog collars, including one that looked eerily similar to Max's. My heart raced as I realized the implications. These collars were not just relics, they were connected to missing pets. The collection seemed to suggest that something sinister had been happening in the area for years, and Max's collar had been part of it. I returned to Mr. Thompson with my findings, my hands trembling. His face went pale as he looked at the collection of collars. This is horrifying," he said, his voice shaking. "I never imagined something like this." Together, we reported the findings to the authorities, and an investigation was launched. It turned out that the warehouse had been used by a man with a history of strange behavior, who was now being questioned about his involvement in the disappearance of pets in the area. As for Max, the search continued with renewed hope. Though the mystery of the collar was unsettling, it had led to a crucial discovery. The case brought to light a dark undercurrent in the community, and with the help of the authorities, we hoped to uncover the full truth and bring closure to those affected. For now, as I looked out into the quiet neighborhood, I felt a sense of uneasy relief. The collar had revealed more than just the story of a missing dog. It had exposed a hidden danger and a truth that needed to be faced. Story 16. It was a particularly ordinary Wednesday evening when the first message arrived. I was lounging on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when a notification popped up. The sender was an unknown number. I hesitated before opening it, a mild curiosity piquing my interest. The message read, "I hope you're enjoying the coffee you spilled this morning." My heart skipped a beat. I had, in fact, spilled coffee that morning. It wasn't something I'd mentioned to anyone. My mind raced. Who was this, and how did they know about my clumsy mishap? I tried to dismiss it as a prank, a wrong number, or maybe even an old friend playing a joke. But when the second message came through a few minutes later, my unease grew. "Looks like you were running late for work today. Traffic must have been a nightmare." I froze. The message was accurate. My morning had been rushed due to heavy traffic. I hadn't mentioned this to anyone. The feeling of being observed settled over me like a cold shroud. I glanced around my apartment, checking for any signs of tampering or intrusion, but found nothing unusual. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, though I had no idea how or why. I didn't respond to the messages, hoping that would be the end of it. But the next day, the messages continued. Each text seemed to describe a moment from my day in eerie detail. "Nice choice of lunch today. The sandwich from the deli looked delicious." I had indeed gone to that particular deli, but I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. My unease turned to genuine fear. I considered calling the police, but was hesitant. What could I tell them? That I was receiving messages from an unknown number detailing my day's events. It sounded absurd. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. The texts continued, detailing my activities with alarming precision. They knew about my visit to the grocery store, my evening jog through the park, and even the brief conversation I'd had with my neighbor. Each message felt like a personal invasion, a cruel reminder that someone was tracking my every move. The messages grew more unsettling. One night, after I'd locked up and turned off all the lights, I received a new text. "Good night. I hope you sleep well." I stared at the screen, my heart racing. I was alone in my apartment, and the thought that someone knew my routine so intimately made me feel vulnerable and exposed. I checked the locks on my windows and doors again, though I knew deep down that they wouldn't protect me from an unseen observer. The situation escalated quickly. One evening, while I was preparing dinner, I received a message that sent shivers down my spine. "Your meal smells great. Enjoying it alone tonight." I dropped the phone, my mind spinning. I felt the walls of my apartment close in on me, the oppressive feeling of being watched intensifying. I looked out of the window, but the street outside was empty and dark. I tried to convince myself that it was just a cruel joke, but deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind felt like a threat. I kept my phone close, watching for any new messages, but none came. The silence was almost as unsettling as the constant stream of texts had been. The next day, the final message arrived. It was sent in the early hours of the morning, just as the sun began to rise. "I'm outside your window." My blood ran cold. I bolted out of bed and rushed to the window, throwing open the curtains. The street was empty, but the fear gnawed at me. I felt trapped in my own home, unsure of where to turn or whom to trust. I called the police, my voice trembling as I described the situation. Officers arrived promptly and conducted a search of the area, but found no signs of anyone outside. They checked my apartment for security, but everything seemed secure and undisturbed. They reassured me that there was no immediate threat, but their words offered little comfort. As the days passed, the messages stopped coming, but the sense of unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow, every unexplained noise made me jump. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, unable to escape the lingering fear of the unknown. I took steps to protect myself, installing security cameras, reinforcing the locks, and even moving my furniture to block potential hiding spots. But the paranoia remained. I avoided being alone whenever possible, always glancing over my shoulder, always wondering if someone was watching. The experience left me with a lasting sense of vulnerability. I had been exposed to an invasive presence that knew my life in frightening detail. Despite the efforts to reclaim my sense of safety, the fear never fully dissipated. The mystery of the messages remained unsolved, a chilling reminder that someone had once invaded the privacy of my life in a way that words could barely describe. In the end, the messages stopped, but the haunting awareness of that unknown presence stayed with me. I had learned to live with a constant undercurrent of caution, forever changed by the unsettling experience of being watched and taunted by a faceless, omniscient stranger. Story 17. The attic had always been a place of curiosity and dust-covered memories, a realm I seldom ventured into. As a child, I would peer up the narrow staircase that led to its shadowy confines, imagining it as a secret world full of forgotten treasures. Years had passed since I last explored that space, but a sudden wave of nostalgia and an impending sense of curiosity drove me to finally venture up there again. It was on a rainy Saturday afternoon when I decided to tackle the attic. The sky outside was overcast, casting a gray pallor over everything, making it the perfect day for rediscovering old family relics. I retrieved the key from its usual spot and climbed the creaky wooden stairs, each step echoing in the silence of the house. The attic was, as I remembered, dimly lit by a single, flickering bulb that hung from the ceiling. The space was cluttered with old furniture, dusty trunks, and boxes piled haphazardly. The smell of aged paper and mothballs filled the air, mingling with the musty scent of old wood. I set to work, methodically sifting through the clutter, opening trunks and examining their contents. It was in a corner of the attic, partially obscured by an old, moth-eaten quilt, that I found a small, leather-bound diary. Its cover was cracked and worn, the edges frayed, and it was tied with a faded ribbon. I gently lifted it out, careful not to disturb the surrounding dust, and brushed off the grime before opening it. The diary's pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant but slightly faded. The entries began innocuously enough, with descriptions of daily life and mundane events. I soon realized, to my amazement, that the diary chronicled not just the past, but the present day as well. It contained entries about my family and me, written in real time, detailing events that I recognized as part of my own life. The entries were fascinating, written with a mix of warmth and keen observation. They described family gatherings, personal milestones, and the little idiosyncrasies that made each of us unique. There were mentions of family dinners, summer vacations, and even small, personal moments that I had long forgotten. Each entry was a window into the past, offering a glimpse of how things were viewed from the perspective of this mysterious writer. As I turned the pages, a sense of unease began to settle over me. The entries were meticulously detailed, capturing moments with a level of precision that seemed almost too intimate. It was as if the writer was not just an observer but a participant, someone who had been incredibly close to us. Then I reached the final entry, dated just a few days ago. My breath caught in my throat as I read the words scrawled in hurried, almost frantic script. I'm in the attic. A chill ran down my spine, and I looked around the attic, my heart pounding in my chest. The mundane clutter seemed suddenly menacing, the shadows cast by the dim light taking on a more sinister tone. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the chilling entry. Who had written this diary, and why had they been in the attic? I glanced around, my eyes scanning every corner of the attic for any sign of movement or disturbance. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional drip of rain from the roof. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, and began to search the attic more thoroughly. I moved cautiously, pulling aside boxes and examining every nook and cranny. I even checked the old trunks, hoping to find some clue or explanation. As I searched, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, a sensation that only heightened my anxiety. After what felt like hours, I found nothing out of the ordinary, no hidden compartments, no signs of recent activity. The attic seemed as unchanged as it had been when I first arrived. Yet the eerie feeling persisted, a constant reminder of the unsettling entry in the diary. Just as I was about to give up and head back downstairs, I noticed something peculiar. In the far corner of the attic, partially obscured by a pile of old blankets, was a small, ornate box. I hadn't seen it before, and its presence seemed out of place amidst the clutter. I approached the box with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. It was intricately carved, its surface covered in delicate patterns. My hands trembled slightly as I opened it, revealing an assortment of old photographs and letters. Among them was a small, silver locket, its surface engraved with the initials of my family members. As I examined the contents, I came across a faded photograph of a woman standing in front of our house. Her face was partially obscured, but there was something familiar about her. I couldn't quite place it, but the photograph seemed to have an air of significance. Suddenly, the bulb above me flickered and went out, plunging the attic into darkness. My heart raced and I fumbled for the flashlight in my bag. When I turned it on, the beam of light revealed a shadowy figure standing in the far corner of the attic. The figure was indistinct, almost transparent, and seemed to blend into the surroundings. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled backward, knocking over a box in my haste. The figure remained motionless, watching me with an unsettling stillness. I felt an overwhelming urge to leave, to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the attic. I scrambled down the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the quiet house. Once I reached the safety of the ground floor, I took a moment to catch my breath. The diary and the box were still up there, but I knew I needed to leave the attic behind, at least for the time being. The next day, I decided to consult an expert on old family records and historical research. I needed answers, and I hoped they could provide some insight into the mysterious diary and its writer. As I left the house, the rain had stopped, and the clouds were beginning to clear. Despite the daylight, the unsettling feeling lingered, a constant reminder of the secrets that still lay hidden in the attic. The diary remained a haunting enigma, a relic of the past that left me with more questions than answers. The final entry, "I'm in the attic," echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder that sometimes the past has a way of reaching out and touching the present in ways we can scarcely understand. Story 18. I woke up with a start, my heart racing as I tried to make sense of my surroundings. I was in a sterile hospital room, the kind with white walls and a constant beeping sound from the monitors. The faint smell of antiseptic stung my nostrils. Disoriented, I glanced around, trying to piece together how I had ended up here. The last thing I remembered was driving home late at night, but everything after that was a blank. A nurse walked in, her cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to the confusion swirling in my mind. She checked the monitors and then turned her attention to me. "Good morning. How are we feeling today?" I rubbed my eyes, trying to clear the fog from my memory. "I don't understand. How did I get here?" The nurse's smile faltered for a moment. "You were admitted last night. You've been unconscious for a while. We were starting to get worried about you." "Last night," I echoed. "But I don't remember coming here. What's today's date?" The nurse glanced at the chart at the foot of my bed and paused before answering. "It's August 15th. I frowned, trying to make sense of the information. But the last thing I remember was, It was months ago. How could it be August now? She seemed to sense my growing distress. Let me check your records. Maybe there's been a mistake. She left the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I looked around, trying to find something familiar, anything that could help me understand what was happening. That's when I noticed a photo on a small table in the corner of the room. My blood ran cold as I realized it was a picture of me. In the photo, I looked terrified, my eyes wide and my face pale, as if I had seen something truly horrifying. The image was clearly recent given the state of my clothes, but it was a stark contrast to the peaceful expression I would have expected if I had been admitted voluntarily. My mind raced. What had happened to me? Why was I here? And why did this photo make me feel like something terrible was about to unfold? The nurse returned, holding a folder. I'm sorry, there seems to be some confusion. According to your chart, you were admitted 3 months ago. We've been keeping you under observation since then due to some unusual symptoms. Unusual symptoms, I repeated, trying to recall any signs or symptoms I might have had before losing my memory. What kind of symptoms? The nurse hesitated. I'm afraid I can't go into details. You'll need to speak with the doctor about that. I'm just here to make sure you're comfortable and to provide updates. I nodded, feeling a growing sense of unease. Can I see the doctor now? The nurse nodded and left the room to fetch him. As I waited, I glanced at the photo again, trying to decipher what it meant. Was it a clue to something I had forgotten, or a warning of something to come? When the doctor finally arrived, he was an older man with a kind but tired face. He introduced himself and began reviewing my chart. I understand you're feeling confused. It's quite normal after being unconscious for an extended period. Yes, I said, my voice trembling slightly. But why was I admitted so long ago? And what happened to me? The doctor sighed. You experienced a severe episode of dissociation, which is a psychological condition where a person loses touch with reality. It's often triggered by extreme stress or trauma. When you were admitted, you were in a state of severe anxiety, and your memory of the events leading up to it was completely wiped. Dissociation, I repeated, trying to grasp the term. So I lost my memory because of stress. What kind of stress? We're not entirely sure, the doctor admitted. We found evidence of significant distress, but no clear cause. You were very distressed when you were admitted, and you've been under observation to ensure your safety. As the doctor spoke, I noticed something odd in his expression, a flicker of unease that he quickly masked. Is there something you're not telling me? I asked. The doctor hesitated. There are some inconsistencies in your case that we haven't been able to explain. For example, the photo you saw. The photo, I interrupted. What about it? It's unusual, the doctor said carefully. It was found in your belongings when you were admitted. We don't know who took it or why it was included. We've been trying to piece together what happened, but there are gaps in the information. I felt a chill run down my spine. Why wouldn't you tell me everything? The doctor looked uncomfortable. I can't give you all the details right now. There are protocols and procedures we need to follow. I suggest you try to relax and focus on your recovery. We're here to help you. As the doctor left, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. The photo haunted me. Its image burned into my mind. Who had taken it, and why did I look so terrified? What had I been through that was so traumatic it erased my memory? In the days that followed, I tried to piece together my fragmented memories, but nothing came together. The days blended into one another as I underwent tests and therapy, each session leaving me more frustrated and anxious. The photo remained a constant reminder of the unknown, a symbol of a mystery I couldn't solve. Every time I looked at that photo, I wondered if the real terror was still to come. What had happened to me, and was it something that could come back to haunt me? The sense of dread never left me. And as I lay in my hospital bed each night, I couldn't shake the feeling that the scariest part of my ordeal was yet to unfold. Story 19. It was an ordinary Wednesday evening when I received the first of several invitations to an event at my own house. The envelope was simple, addressed to me in an elegant script. Inside, the invitation read, "You are cordially invited to an evening of celebration on Wednesday, August 7th at 7 p.m. We look forward to seeing you there." At first, I thought it was a mistake. Maybe a neighbor had accidentally used my address, or it was some sort of prank. I checked my calendar. No parties or gatherings were scheduled. I didn't remember planning anything, nor did I know anyone who would organize an event without telling me. My curiosity was piqued, but I decided to dismiss it as a harmless mix-up. As the evening approached, a nagging sense of unease grew. I debated whether to just ignore it or to see what was going on. Finally, curiosity won over caution. I decided to go home and check it out, hoping it was just a misunderstanding. I arrived at my house at precisely 7 p.m., my nerves tingling with anticipation. To my astonishment, the driveway was lined with cars, and there were people milling about on my front lawn. Music drifted out from the open door, an unfamiliar tune that didn't match the kind of music I usually listened to. I took a deep breath and walked up to the door. As I pushed it open, the noise of the party hit me like a wave. The living room was filled with people, all dressed in formal attire, chatting and laughing as if they had been there for hours. The room was decorated with balloons, streamers, and fairy lights, none of which I had put up myself. The strangest part was that everyone stopped talking and turned to stare at me as I entered. The room fell silent, and all eyes were on me. The guests were a mix of well-dressed men and women, their expressions a curious blend of amusement and expectation. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I cleared my throat, trying to break the silence. "Excuse me," I said, my voice wavering slightly. "I think there's been a mistake. I didn't organize this party." One of the guests, a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard, approached me with a warm smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Ah, you must be the host. We've been waiting for you." "Oh, host," I echoed, bewildered. "I'm not the host. I don't even know what's going on." The man's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly recovered. "I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. Please make yourself comfortable. It's your party, after all." Before I could respond, the guests resumed their conversations, though their eyes occasionally flicked toward me. I felt like an intruder in my own home, a guest in a place that should have been familiar. I wandered through the rooms, trying to find any clues about who might have organized this event. The dining room was set with an elaborate spread of food, none of which I recognized. There were trays of gourmet hors d'oeuvres, and a large, beautifully decorated cake sat in the center of the table. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Waiters in uniforms moved in and out, carrying trays of drinks and dishes. I approached the kitchen, hoping to find someone who could shed light on this bizarre situation. One of the waiters, a young woman with a polite smile, handed me a glass of champagne. "Welcome. We're so glad you could join us." I took the glass, though I had no intention of drinking it. "Thank you, but I'm afraid I'm really not sure what's happening. Who organized this party?" The woman's smile grew a bit strained. "I'm sorry I can't give you any details, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Everyone's been looking forward to your arrival." I tried to probe further, but she politely excused herself and went back to her duties. I felt increasingly frustrated and out of place. It was clear that no one was going to give me a straight answer. The guests continued to enjoy themselves, seemingly unfazed by my confusion. I decided to take a seat in the living room, hoping that if I waited long enough, someone would explain what was going on. As I sat there trying to blend in, I overheard snippets of conversation. "Have you met the host yet? Can you believe it's finally happening?" I heard they were very particular about the details. Each comment only deepened my sense of unease. It was as if the party was meant to be a grand event, but I was excluded from its significance. The guest conversations were punctuated with occasional glances in my direction, as though I was the subject of their discussion. After what felt like hours, a woman dressed in an elegant evening gown approached me. Her demeanor was calm and authoritative. "I'm so sorry for the confusion," she said, her voice soothing. "I'm the event coordinator. It appears there was a mix-up with the invitations. We weren't expecting you to arrive." I felt a surge of relief mixed with frustration. "So, you're telling me this was supposed to be a surprise party for someone else?" "Yes," she replied, her tone apologetic. "It was intended to be a surprise for a client who's been eagerly awaiting this celebration. Unfortunately, there was an error in the address, and it was mistakenly sent to you." I shook my head in disbelief. "But why didn't anyone tell me sooner? I've been here all evening, feeling like a stranger in my own home." The coordinator's expression softened. "I understand how unsettling this must be. We'll make sure to clear everything up and have the guests leave as soon as possible. We sincerely apologize for the intrusion." As the evening wound down, the guests began to leave, their faces filled with polite smiles and apologies. The decorations were taken down, and the food was packed away. By the time the last guest had departed, my home was once again quiet and still. I stood in the middle of my living room, the remnants of the party strewn about, and let out a deep sigh. The unsettling experience had left me shaken, and I couldn't help but feel that this strange event had left a mark on my sense of normalcy. As I began to clean up, I resolved to be more cautious about unexpected invitations in the future. For now, I was just grateful to have my home back to myself, free of unwanted surprises. Story 20. When I first moved into my new apartment, everything seemed perfect. It was a quaint, two-bedroom unit in an old building that had been recently renovated. The original details had been preserved: exposed brick walls, high ceilings, and large vintage windows. The apartment had character, and it felt like a fresh start. The bathroom was a charming little space with white subway tiles and a clawfoot tub. It was one of my favorite features of the apartment, a nostalgic nod to a bygone era. I was still unpacking when I noticed something odd: a large mirror hanging above the sink. It wasn't anything special, just an old framed mirror with a slight crack in the glass. I figured it had been there since the building's renovation and decided to leave it for now. Days turned into weeks, and I settled into my new home. My routine became familiar, and the apartment felt increasingly like my own. But as I started to feel more comfortable, I began to notice something strange. Every now and then, when I would pass by the bathroom, I would catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, something that seemed to move in the mirror's reflection. I tried to ignore it, attributing it to the stress of moving and adjusting to a new place, but the unease persisted. I would catch fleeting glimpses of shadows in the mirror that seemed to defy the lighting and the actual layout of the room. It was as if something was lurking just beyond the surface, watching me. One evening, while I was brushing my teeth, I noticed something different. The mirror's crack had deepened, forming an intricate pattern across the glass. The shape of the crack resembled a jagged spider's web, and I felt an inexplicable chill run down my spine. The cracks seemed to shimmer in the dim light, creating unsettling reflections that danced across the room. I decided it was time to replace the mirror. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with it. I went to a local store and picked out a new modern mirror with a clean, simple frame. It was sleek and unassuming, a stark contrast to the old, cracked one in my bathroom. The next day I took down the old mirror and carefully removed it from the wall. As I set it down on the floor, something caught my eye. At the base of the mirror, on the back, was a message scratched into the wood: "You'll never leave." My heart pounded as I read the words. I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. The message was clear, and it was disturbing. I couldn't imagine who would have written it or why. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was probably just a prank or a joke left by a previous tenant. I had no reason to believe it was anything more than that. With trembling hands, I covered the old mirror with a sheet and carried it out to the trash. I installed the new mirror and tried to put the unsettling discovery out of my mind. I hoped that replacing the mirror would somehow lift the strange feeling that had settled over the apartment. But that night, as I lay in bed, I found it difficult to sleep. My thoughts kept drifting back to the message on the old mirror. What if it wasn't just a prank? What if there was something more sinister behind it? Around midnight, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the bathroom. My heart raced as I sat up in bed, straining to listen. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. It sounded like someone was trying to claw their way out of the bathroom. Summoning my courage, I got up and walked slowly toward the bathroom. The sound stopped abruptly as I approached, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I hesitated at the door, then pushed it open. The bathroom was exactly as I had left it. The new mirror reflected back my anxious face, and everything seemed normal. I checked every corner of the room, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. I tried to reassure myself that the sound must have been my imagination, a figment of my overactive mind. The next few nights were a blur of restless sleep and uneasy dreams. I kept hearing faint noises coming from the bathroom, but whenever I checked, everything seemed perfectly normal. I started avoiding the bathroom as much as possible, not wanting to be alone with the strange sensations that plagued me. One evening, as I was preparing for bed, I heard a sudden crash from the bathroom. My heart nearly stopped as I rushed to the door. When I opened it, I found that the new mirror had fallen from the wall and shattered on the floor. The shards were scattered everywhere, glistening menacingly in the dim light. I picked up the largest pieces, trying to ignore the creeping sense of dread that had become a constant companion. As I cleaned up the mess, I saw something inscribed on one of the shards, barely visible, but unmistakable: "You'll never leave." The message was still there, etched into the glass, and it was more terrifying than ever. I had no explanation for it. I felt trapped, like the apartment was holding me captive with its sinister secrets. Desperate for answers, I decided to research the history of the building. I found out that it had once been a boarding house with a dark past. Several tenants had reported strange occurrences and inexplicable phenomena, but none had ever stayed long enough to uncover the truth. I couldn't ignore the feeling that the apartment was trying to tell me something I didn't fully understand. I decided to leave the apartment behind, hoping that a fresh start somewhere else would free me from the haunting presence that had taken hold of my life. As I packed my belongings, I couldn't shake the feeling that the apartment was watching me, waiting for me to leave. The message on the mirror echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder that some places hold on to their secrets, and escape is not always as simple as it seems. When I finally left, I felt a strange sense of relief. The apartment was now someone else's problem, and I hoped that they would be able to uncover the truth behind the mirror's message. For me, The old apartment was a haunting chapter that I was glad to close. Story 21. It was a quiet evening, and I was winding down after a long day at work. I had just settled into my favorite chair with a cup of tea and was scrolling through my phone when a new text message appeared. It was from an unknown number, and the message read, "I'm watching you." My initial reaction was one of mild annoyance. I dismissed it as a prank or perhaps a spam message, given the increasing frequency of such messages lately. I rolled my eyes and put the phone down, not giving it much thought. I had more important things to focus on, like relaxing and unwinding from the stress of the day. As the evening wore on, I continued with my usual routine. I caught up on some reading, watched a few episodes of my favorite show, and even had a late-night snack. The message slipped from my mind, and I almost forgot about it entirely. However, as I was preparing for bed, I picked up my phone again and noticed something peculiar. My phone's battery was running low, so I plugged it in and glanced at the screen. A notification popped up: location services enabled. I tapped the notification, curious about why it would appear at this hour. To my dismay, it opened to a page displaying my exact location on a map. My heart skipped a beat. I had never enabled location tracking intentionally, and I was certain that I had disabled it months ago. The map showed a pinpoint directly over my house with a red dot marking my exact location. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I stared at the screen in disbelief. I quickly checked my phone's settings to confirm. Sure enough, the location services were turned on, and there was no clear way to explain how this had happened. I felt a pang of fear, realizing that whoever sent that message might have more access to my personal information than I had initially thought. In a panic, I searched through my phone's recent activity and apps to see if there was anything suspicious. Nothing seemed out of place, but the unease remained. I double-checked my security settings, changed my passwords, and disabled location services once more. I even ran a security scan to ensure there was no malware or unauthorized access to my device. Despite my best efforts to secure my phone, the fear gnawed at me. The idea that someone could be tracking me, knowing my exact location, was unsettling. I tried to brush it off as a coincidence or a glitch, but the reality of the situation was hard to ignore. As I prepared for bed, I kept my phone close, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. I pulled the curtains tight, locked all the doors, and checked every window. Even though I told myself it was just a prank, the sense of vulnerability made it hard to relax. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by a sudden noise, a faint tapping sound coming from the window. My heart raced and I lay still, straining to listen. The tapping continued sporadically, and I was paralyzed with fear. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, but my hands were trembling too much to get a good grip. I finally mustered the courage to get out of bed and check the window. The street outside was quiet and dark, and there was no sign of anyone. I felt a mix of relief and frustration. Had it been my imagination? Or was someone indeed out there watching and waiting? The tapping eventually ceased, and I returned to bed, but sleep was elusive. My mind raced with thoughts of the message and the unexpected location tracking. The combination of these factors made it impossible for me to relax. The next morning, I took the day off work, feeling more anxious than ever. I called my phone provider to report the issue and seek their assistance. They confirmed that there were no unusual activities or unauthorized accesses on my account. They also advised me to check for any suspicious apps or settings that might have enabled location tracking. Armed with their advice, I went through my phone meticulously, uninstalling any apps I didn't recognize and reviewing permissions for the ones I kept. I also checked my social media accounts to ensure there were no signs of unusual activity or compromised security. Everything appeared normal. but the nagging feeling of being watched lingered. I decided to install additional security measures on my phone, including a more robust antivirus and a location privacy app that would give me more control over my device's location services. I also took the precaution of changing all my passwords again and setting up two-factor authentication wherever possible. Over the next few days, I remained vigilant. I kept my phone's location services off unless absolutely necessary, and I became more cautious about my personal information. I tried to go about my daily life as normally as possible, but the experience had left me on edge. The message from the unknown number and the unsettling realization of my location being tracked had changed something fundamental in me. I had always been a trusting person, but now I felt a heightened sense of paranoia and caution. I hoped that it was all just a prank, but the fear that someone out there knew so much about me lingered, a shadow that wouldn't easily fade. Story 22. Renovating an old house can uncover more than just dust and outdated decor. When I bought the Victorian-era home, I was excited about the potential it had, despite its age and the work it needed. The house had character, with its intricate woodwork and high ceilings, but it also had quirks like the strange, unused space between the living room and the study. I had hired a contractor to help with the renovation, focusing first on updating the kitchen and bathroom. As we moved forward, we began to peel back layers of wallpaper and strip away old paneling. That's when we stumbled upon something unexpected. It started with a peculiar noise and odd, hollow sound coming from behind the wall as we were removing a section of paneling. I called over the contractor, Tom, to investigate. He used a crowbar to pry off the last section of paneling, revealing a narrow space behind it. Our curiosity piqued, we carefully removed the remaining pieces of wood and discovered an entrance to a hidden room. The room was small, perhaps 8 by 10 feet, and completely dark. Tom shone his flashlight inside, and the beam cut through the gloom, revealing the eerie contents of the room. My heart skipped a beat as I took in the sight before me. The room was filled with old, decaying mannequins, all dressed in clothes that looked eerily familiar. As Tom and I stepped inside, we saw that each mannequin was adorned with garments that resembled some of my own suits, dresses, and casual wear. They were arranged in a disturbing, almost ritualistic manner, standing silently as if waiting for something. The sight was enough to send a shiver down my spine. The clothes were old-fashioned and in various stages of decay, but I could still make out details that matched my wardrobe. The realization that someone had dressed these mannequins in my clothes sent a wave of unease over me. At the center of the room was a small wooden table with a single, yellowed note placed neatly on it. Tom and I approached the note cautiously. I picked it up with trembling fingers and unfolded it. The handwriting was elaborate and unsettling, scrawled in a dark ink that had smudged over time. It read, "Now you're one of us." The words sent a chill down my spine. The room felt colder all of a sudden, and the weight of the discovery was almost too much to bear. I glanced around the room, my mind racing with questions. Who had done this? Why? And what did the note mean? Tom looked equally disturbed, but tried to maintain a professional demeanor. "We should call the police," he suggested. "This doesn't look like something we should handle on our own." I agreed, though I was hesitant. The idea of involving authorities made me nervous. What if the hidden room had been part of some elaborate prank or a bizarre artistic installation? Still, the sense of dread outweighed my apprehension, and I made the call. The police arrived within an hour, and after examining the room, they took photos and collected evidence. They didn't find anything immediately incriminating or connected to a specific crime, but they promised to investigate further. In the meantime, they advised us to secure the area and avoid disturbing anything else in the house. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The house, which had once felt like a welcoming project, now felt like a labyrinth of hidden secrets. I found myself checking the locks and peering out the windows, my mind racing with thoughts of who might have been watching me or why the mannequins were dressed in my clothes. Over the next few days, I struggled to focus on the renovation work. The contractors were uneasy about the hidden room and refused to continue work until the investigation was completed. I tried to distract myself by exploring the rest of the house, hoping to find some clue that might explain the strange discovery. During one of my explorations, I found more unsettling clues. Behind a false wall in the attic, I discovered a series of old photographs, images of previous occupants of the house. Many of the photos featured people dressed in clothes similar to those on the mannequins, and some of them even showed people standing in the very room we had found. The photos were old and faded, but they seemed to confirm that this room had been used before. The discovery only deepened the mystery. I began to research the history of the house, hoping to find any information about previous owners and whether they had been involved in something sinister. I learned that the house had passed through several owners over the decades, each leaving behind little trace of their lives. The police returned a few days later with a report. They hadn't found any immediate leads but were keeping the case open. The note, they said, was likely meant to intimidate or unsettle. They advised me to be cautious and to report any further unusual activity. The renovation work eventually resumed, but the hidden room remained untouched, a constant reminder of the unsettling discovery. I decided to leave the mannequins and the note as they were, hoping that preserving the room might offer some clue to understanding the mystery. As time went on, the house became a place of mixed emotions. The renovation continued, but the atmosphere was forever changed. Every creak and groan of the old house seemed amplified, and I couldn't escape the feeling that the hidden room was a part of something larger and darker than I could comprehend. Despite the unease, I tried to make the house a home. I focused on the parts of the renovation that brought comfort and familiarity. But deep down, the message on the note and the eerie mannequins haunted me. The house had revealed a hidden truth, and though I continued with my life, I knew that the secrets of the hidden room would always be a part of my story. Story 23. It was a typical Monday morning, filled with the usual rush to get ready for work. I had always prided myself on my punctuality, but today seemed to test my resolve. As I hurried through my morning routine, I grabbed my coffee and rushed out the door, only to come to a screeching halt. My car keys were missing. I had a specific spot where I always left them, a small dish on the entryway table next to the door. I never strayed from this habit, and yet this morning, they were nowhere to be found. My mind raced with possible scenarios. Did I leave them somewhere else? Had they fallen behind the table? I retraced my steps, checking every possible location where they might have slipped away. I even called out to my cat, Moxie, who seemed to have no idea what was going on. After what felt like an eternity of searching, I resigned myself to the frustration of missing keys. With no other options, I called a cab to get to work, my frustration growing with every passing minute. As I sat in the back seat of the cab, I tried to calm my nerves. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that the missing keys weren't just a result of my carelessness. At work, the day dragged on. I couldn't concentrate on anything but the missing keys. I found myself obsessively checking my phone and emails, hoping for a message from the cab company or anyone who might have found them. But nothing came. The day passed in a blur, and I finally headed home, still feeling the weight of the morning's inconvenience. As I approached my house, I noticed something strange from a distance. My car was parked in its usual spot in the driveway, but the door was slightly ajar. A wave of panic washed over me. Had someone broken into my car? I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the car, the sight that greeted me was both relieving and alarming. The keys were dangling from the ignition, the metal glinting in the late afternoon sun. My first reaction was one of sheer relief. At least I had found them. But then, the unsettling thought struck me: how had they ended up in the car's ignition? I glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching from the shadows, but the street was deserted. I took a deep breath and approached the car cautiously. As I reached for the keys, I noticed a small note pinned to the steering wheel. My fingers trembled as I unfolded it, the handwriting scrawled in a hurried, uneven script: "You were careless." A cold shiver ran down my spine. The note was simple but loaded with an unsettling implication. The keys had been deliberately placed in the ignition, left there to send a message. But who would do something like this, and why? I examined the car's interior, checking for any signs of tampering. The glove compartment and the center console were undisturbed. Everything seemed to be in its place. My phone was still in the cup holder, and my work bag was on the passenger seat, untouched. The car had not been broken into, and nothing appeared to be missing. I started the engine, hoping to clear my mind with a drive around the block. The car roared to life without any problems, but the sense of violation lingered, a gnawing discomfort that refused to be ignored. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, that this was a message meant to unsettle and intimidate. As I drove through the quiet streets, my mind raced through possible explanations. Was this some kind of twisted prank, or had I inadvertently crossed someone who was now using fear to send a message? I thought back to any recent interactions or encounters that might have led to this, but nothing came to mind, nothing that would warrant such an intrusion. I returned home and locked up the car, the sound of the lock clicking into place offering little comfort. I was on edge, my senses heightened, as I scanned the surroundings for any signs of someone lurking in the shadows. The note's message replayed in my mind: "You were careless." What did it mean? How had someone gained access to my car, and why? The rest of the evening was a blur of anxiety. I couldn't focus on anything, my thoughts consumed by the strange event. I decided to report the incident to the police, hoping that a record of the event might provide some protection or lead to further investigation. The next morning, I met with an officer at the station. I recounted the events of the previous day, handing over the note for them to examine. The officer took notes and promised to look into it, but they also seemed skeptical, suggesting it might just be a random act of mischief. But as the days went on, the sense of unease never fully dissipated. I found myself double-checking the locks on my doors and windows, always on the lookout for any signs of intrusion. The note had left an indelible mark on my psyche, a reminder of how easily the boundaries of security and safety could be breached. I continued with my routine, trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy. But every time I approached my car, I couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. The small, innocuous note had transformed my everyday life into a series of heightened precautions and uneasy glances. It wasn't just about the missing keys or the strange note anymore. It was about the realization that someone had managed to invade my personal space, to leave a message that made me question my own safety. And though the note was a simple reminder of carelessness, its impact was profound, leaving me with a lingering sense of vulnerability that would not easily fade. Story 24. It was late in the evening, and the office was quiet. The hum of the fluorescent lights was the only sound, their steady flicker creating an eerie atmosphere that made the usually mundane workspace seem otherworldly. I was alone, working late to finish a project that had been looming over me for weeks. The office was normally busy during the day, but at night it was a ghost town, and the silence was occasionally broken by the sporadic flicker of the lights. The first time it happened, I brushed it off as a minor electrical issue. The lights flickered a few times but then settled down. I returned to my work, trying to ignore the occasional strobe effect. However, the flickering grew increasingly frequent and irregular. It was as if the lights were trying to communicate something, but I couldn't quite figure out what. After the flickering became more erratic, I decided to investigate. I rose from my desk and made my way to the electrical room, located in the basement of the building. The hallway leading to it was dimly lit, and the flickering lights cast unsettling shadows on the walls. I pressed the button for the elevator and waited, my thoughts racing as I tried to rationalize the situation. When the elevator doors finally opened, I stepped inside and descended to the basement. The ride felt longer than usual, and a sense of unease settled over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, though I knew I was alone in the building. The basement was cold and unwelcoming. I walked down the hallway to the electrical room, my footsteps echoing off the concrete walls. The flickering lights above cast a staccato rhythm, amplifying the discomfort that had been growing within me. I reached the door to the electrical room and pulled it open, revealing a dimly lit, cluttered space filled with panels, wires, and various electrical equipment. I approached the control panel and began inspecting it. The flickering seemed to be coming from a malfunctioning circuit, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary at first glance. I was about to start checking the connections when I noticed a small monitor in the corner of the room, which I hadn't seen before. It was displaying a live security camera feed. I approached the monitor, curious. The feed showed the office area, with my desk in clear view. The image was grainy and dark, but there was no mistaking it. It was the view of my workspace. I frowned, wondering why there was a security camera feed in the electrical room, and why it was showing my desk. As I studied the screen, something caught my eye. A message appeared on the monitor, scrawled in an unsettling, shaky font. "You're never alone." My heart skipped a beat. The words were displayed prominently, flashing intermittently with the flickering lights. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. The message was chilling and seemed to be a direct warning. But who could have put it there? Why was it directed at me? I looked around the electrical room, searching for any sign of who might have been there before me. The room was empty, save for the equipment and the monitor. I turned my attention back to the feed, trying to make sense of what was happening. The camera angle showed my empty desk, the glow of the computer screen casting a faint light across the room. I noticed that the flickering of the lights seemed to be synchronized with the message on the monitor. Each time the lights flickered, the message flashed more brightly, almost as if the two were connected. The irregular pattern of the flickering created an almost hypnotic effect, and I found myself feeling more and more unsettled. As I stood there, I heard a faint sound behind me. I spun around, but the electrical room was still empty. The sound was distant, but it felt as if it was coming from within the walls. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart, and turned back to the monitor. The message was still there, glaring at me, and the flickering lights cast long, jittery shadows across the room. I decided to investigate further. I began checking the wiring and connections, trying to find any clue that might explain the strange behavior of the lights and the mysterious monitor. The more I searched, the more I felt a growing sense of dread. It was as if something was waiting for me to find it, but I had no idea what. As I continued my search, I heard the sound again, louder this time. It was as if someone was moving around in the room with me. I spun around once more, but the room remained empty. The sensation of being watched grew stronger, and I felt a growing paranoia that I was not alone, despite the empty space around me. Finally, I decided to call security. I dialed the number for the building's security team and explained the situation. They assured me they would send someone down immediately. As I waited, I kept my eyes on the monitor, the unsettling message still flashing before me. When the security team arrived, they conducted a thorough search of the area. They checked the wiring, the security equipment, and even the basement for any signs of tampering or unauthorized access. They found nothing out of the ordinary, and the monitor was removed for further inspection. Despite their assurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The flickering lights and the cryptic message had left me deeply unsettled. As I left the building, I glanced back at the office, the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. The next day, the security team returned with the results of their investigation. They found no evidence of any tampering with the equipment or unauthorized access to the electrical room. The message on the monitor was deemed a glitch or an error, though I remained unconvinced. Since that night, I've been unable to shake the feeling of unease that lingers. The message "You're never alone" still haunts me, a chilling reminder of that strange night. The flickering lights have never returned, and the office has resumed its usual routine. But the experience left a lasting impression on me, and I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if the message was a warning of something more sinister lurking in the shadows. In the quiet moments, when the office is still and the lights flicker once again, I can't help but wonder if the message was more than just a technical glitch. The feeling of being watched, of never truly being alone, has become a part of my reality, a lingering reminder that sometimes the shadows in the corners of our lives are darker than we can comprehend. Story 25. The apartment was a cozy, old-fashioned unit with creaky wooden floors and high ceilings, nestled in a building that had seen better days. After weeks of searching, it was a relief to finally find a place that seemed like home. The landlord, Mr. Turner, had mentioned that the apartment had a history, but had been vague about the details. I brushed off his cryptic remarks as quirks of an eccentric old man and focused on settling in. The first few days were spent unpacking and arranging furniture. The apartment was charming, if a little worn around the edges. The most peculiar feature was the loose brick I discovered while trying to hang a picture on the wall. It jutted out slightly, and curiosity got the better of me. I pried it loose, expecting to find dust and perhaps some old forgotten debris. Instead, I found a narrow space behind the wall, just wide enough for a hand to reach in. There was a scrap of paper wedged into the crevice. My heart skipped a beat as I carefully pulled it out. The message, written in faded, shaky handwriting, read, "They'll come for you next." I stared at the note, my mind racing. It was clearly old, the paper yellowed and brittle. The words were unsettling, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a prank left by a previous tenant, or just some harmless scribbling. I shoved the paper back into the crevice and replaced the brick, trying to dismiss the eerie feeling creeping up my spine. The next few nights were uneventful. I went about my routines, unpacking boxes and getting to know the neighborhood. But the message stayed with me, a nagging thought in the back of my mind. I found myself glancing at the wall where I'd found the note, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread every time I did. One evening, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the wall. I froze, straining to listen. The sound was rhythmic, almost deliberate, like someone tapping from the other side. I approached the wall cautiously, pressing my ear against it. The scratching stopped as soon as I touched the wall, leaving me with a profound sense of unease. I tried to convince myself it was just the building settling or a plumbing issue. Still, the noises persisted, always at odd hours. I called the landlord, Mr. Turner, hoping he could offer some explanation. His voice was calm and reassuring over the phone, but when I mentioned the message and the scratching, he grew noticeably quieter. "I don't know much about the previous tenants," Mr. Turner said cautiously. "The building has a long history, and sometimes old places can have quirks. If you're hearing strange noises, it might be best to get a professional to take a look." The next day, I had a contractor come over to inspect the apartment. He checked the walls and plumbing, but found nothing out of the ordinary. He assured me that everything was in good condition and suggested that the sounds might be due to the natural settling of an old building. Despite his reassurances, the scratching continued. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. I found myself obsessively checking the wall where I had found the message, even though I had replaced the brick and sealed the space. Each night, the scratching seemed to grow louder and more insistent. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to investigate further. Armed with a flashlight and a crowbar, I carefully pried the loose brick away from the wall again. The narrow space behind the wall was still there, and the old scrap of paper was missing. I rummaged through the small cavity, but found nothing except dust and cobwebs. As I was about to give up, I noticed something different about the space. There were small, faint scratches on the bricks inside the cavity, almost like someone had tried to claw their way out. The sight made my blood run cold. I could feel panic rising in my chest. Just then, the scratching sound began again, louder than ever. It was as if someone was frantically trying to get my attention from within the wall. I backed away, my hands trembling. The noises stopped abruptly, leaving me in an oppressive silence. The next day, I decided to investigate the history of the building. I visited the local library and dug through old records and newspapers. The building had been around for nearly a century, and there were a few articles about mysterious disappearances and unexplained incidents involving previous tenants. The articles were vague, but they spoke of people who had vanished without a trace, their last known locations being apartments in this very building. Armed with this new knowledge, I returned to my apartment with a growing sense of dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that the building held dark secrets. As night fell, the scratching started again, and this time it was accompanied by a faint whispering sound, like a distant conversation just out of reach. I decided to confront Mr. Turner again. I went to his office and laid out everything I had discovered. His face turned a shade of gray I had never seen before. "There are things about this building that people don't talk about," Mr. Turner confessed, his voice trembling. "It has a history of strange occurrences and disappearances. I didn't want to scare you, but it's true. The message you found, it's part of a pattern. People who find such messages often experience unsettling things." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" I demanded, my voice rising with frustration. "I didn't want to drive you away," he said. "But now that you know, you have to be careful. Some things are better left undisturbed." With this chilling warning, I returned to my apartment, feeling a mixture of fear and resignation. The scratching and whispering continued, but now I understood that they were part of a long and unsettling history. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing for certain: the message behind the brick was a warning, and whatever was lurking in the walls, it had a long history of unsettling those who came before me. Story 26. It was a quiet Wednesday night, the kind where the hum of the city outside is the only real noise. I was curled up on the couch, engrossed in a book, when my phone rang. Glancing at the screen, I saw a call from an unfamiliar number. I let it go to voicemail, figuring it was a telemarketer or a wrong number. The ringing stopped and I returned to my reading. Minutes later, the phone buzzed with a voicemail notification. Curiosity got the better of me, so I tapped on the voicemail icon. As I listened, my blood ran cold. There was no voice message, just heavy, labored breathing. The sound was jagged and rhythmic, as if someone was struggling to control their breathing while holding the phone. My heart pounded as I replayed the message, trying to make sense of it. I checked the call log and saw something even more unsettling, a missed call from my own number. My phone's call history displayed an incoming call from my number, followed by the voicemail I had just listened to. My mind raced with confusion and dread. How could my number show up as the caller? It didn't make any sense. I paced the room, trying to calm my frayed nerves. The eerie breathing on the voicemail was like a whisper from a nightmare. I thought about calling my phone carrier to explain the anomaly, but something stopped me. The unsettling nature of the voicemail made me hesitant to involve anyone else. My thoughts were a whirlwind of fear and paranoia. Was someone playing a cruel prank on me, or was it something more sinister? I glanced around my apartment, checking the locks on doors and windows. Everything seemed secure, but the sense of being watched lingered like a shadow. I decided to investigate further. I pulled up my recent calls and looked for any other unusual numbers or patterns. I found nothing out of the ordinary. The calls and texts were from familiar contacts or businesses I had interacted with. I tried to reassure myself that it was just a glitch or a prank, but the heavy breathing was too unsettling to ignore. Over the next few days, the voicemail haunted me. I found it impossible to focus on anything. Every time I picked up my phone, I expected to hear that same ragged breathing. I avoided checking the voicemail, fearing that more messages might appear, but the anxiety never fully dissipated. The situation escalated when I began receiving strange text messages. They were vague and cryptic, almost as if someone was trying to get inside my head. The texts seemed to echo the unsettling feeling of the voicemail. They would say things like, "I know where you live," or "I see you." Each message left me more on edge, heightening my paranoia. Desperate for answers, I contacted the police. I explained the situation, showing them the voicemail and the call log. They were sympathetic but unable to offer much help. The police advised me to install security cameras and to stay vigilant. They took the voicemail for evidence but were clear that unless there was a clear threat or further incidents, their hands were tied. I followed their advice and installed cameras around my apartment, hoping to capture anything suspicious. The process of setting up the cameras did little to alleviate my anxiety. Every creak in the apartment, every passing car outside, felt like a potential threat. I became a prisoner of my own fear, unable to escape the feeling of being watched. Weeks passed with no new developments. The messages stopped, and my phone remained quiet. The eerie breathing voicemail became a distant memory, but the psychological impact lingered. I constantly checked my phone, my apartment, and the security footage, hoping to find some reassurance. One evening, as I reviewed the security footage for the umpteenth time, I noticed something unusual. In the middle of the night, a shadow seemed to move past the camera's view. I rewound the footage and saw a figure, just barely visible in the dim light. The figure appeared to be moving around my front door and peering through the windows. My heart raced as I realized the figure was someone, or something, that had been lurking outside my apartment. I reviewed the footage with renewed urgency, but the figure never fully came into view. It was always just on the edge of the camera's vision. I contacted the police again, providing them with the footage. They conducted a search but found no evidence of anyone lingering around my apartment. The shadowy figure remained a mystery. Despite the police's assurances and the lack of any concrete evidence, the experience left me deeply unsettled. The combination of the voicemail, the strange messages, and the mysterious figure outside my apartment created a pervasive sense of paranoia. I struggled to regain my sense of normalcy, always on edge and hyper-aware of my surroundings. The calls from my own number, the heavy breathing, and the shadowy figure became a part of my life's background noise. I lived in a constant state of heightened alertness, unable to fully shake the feeling that something was lurking just out of sight. Though the incidents eventually faded from my daily reality, the fear remained an inescapable part of my life. I became accustomed to the uneasy feeling that someone or something was always watching, waiting. The voicemail had been the start of a terrifying chapter in my life, one that left me forever changed and acutely aware of the fragility of my own sense of security. Story 27. It was a quiet Tuesday evening when I first noticed the shattered window. The sky outside had turned a deep, velvety blue, and the streetlights were beginning to flicker on, casting their soft glow over the suburban neighborhood. I had just settled in for the night, planning to catch up on some reading before bed. The house was calm, with only the occasional hum of the refrigerator breaking the silence. As I moved from the kitchen to the living room, I happened to glance out of the window by the front door. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the shattered glass. The window, which had been intact that morning, was now a chaotic mess of jagged edges. Pieces of glass lay scattered on the porch, reflecting the soft light of the street lamps in a sinister shimmer. Panic surged through me, and I rushed to the front door, stepping cautiously over the broken glass. I had a sudden, nagging fear that someone might have tried to break in, but the house seemed undisturbed. Everything was in its place, and nothing appeared to be missing. I quickly checked the locks on the door and the other windows, all of which were secure. My next move was to check the security cameras. I had installed a set of cameras around the house a few months earlier, mainly as a precaution. I hoped the footage would provide some answers. I went to the computer and pulled up the security feed, my fingers trembling slightly as I navigated through the recordings. To my growing dismay, the footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. The cameras had been functioning normally, but there was no sign of anyone approaching the house or tampering with the window. It was as if the shattering of the glass had happened in a vacuum, without any trace of the intruder who might have done it. Frustrated and anxious, I decided to take a closer look at the broken window. As I examined the shards of glass on the porch, I noticed something peculiar. Among the scattered pieces, there was a message etched into the surface of one of the larger fragments. I squinted, trying to make sense of the irregular writing, and my breath caught when I finally deciphered the message. "You're not safe." The words were crudely scrawled, as if written in a hurry. The message sent a chill down my spine. Who could have left such a warning, and what did it mean? I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I tried to process the implications. I returned inside and checked the remaining cameras, hoping to find something I had missed, but there was nothing. The security system showed no unusual activity. I was left with an unsettling feeling that something was terribly wrong. The hours ticked by slowly, each minute dragging as I waited for dawn. My thoughts were a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Who had done this? Was it a threat or a sick joke? The message had no context, no clue as to the intentions behind it. I considered calling the police but hesitated, unsure if they would take the situation seriously given the lack of evidence. Eventually, I decided to reach out to my neighbors, hoping someone might have seen something or have information that could shed light on the situation. I knocked on the doors of the houses nearby, but no one seemed to know anything. They were all as baffled and concerned as I was. The following morning, the sun rose over the neighborhood, bringing with it a sense of relief and a desire to regain normalcy. I contacted a repair service to replace the shattered window, and they arrived promptly to assess the damage. While they worked, I kept a watchful eye, still on edge from the previous night's events. Later that day, I met with the police to file a report. They listened attentively and took note of the details, but their response was cautious. They promised to keep an eye on the neighborhood and advised me to be vigilant. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were skeptical, but I appreciated their efforts nonetheless. In the days that followed, I made a concerted effort to maintain a sense of normalcy. I reinforced the security around the house, adding additional cameras and motion sensors. Despite my best efforts, the sense of unease lingered. I found it difficult to relax, and the message "you're not safe" echoed in my mind, a constant reminder of the unsettling events. Weeks passed, and life gradually returned to a semblance of normality. The new window was installed, and the broken glass was cleaned up. The police checks and neighborhood patrols had yielded no new information, and no further incidents occurred. I began to wonder if the whole thing had been a bizarre one-time occurrence, a random act of vandalism with no deeper meaning. Yet, despite the passage of time, the incident left its mark on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching, that the shattered window and the cryptic message were more than mere vandalism. Every creak of the house, every shadow in the corner of my eye, made me question my safety and security. One evening, as I sat in the living room, the soft hum of the refrigerator and the quiet of the house seemed almost too still. I glanced at the new window, its pristine glass a stark contrast to the shattered mess from before. My phone buzzed with a notification, a news alert about a string of similar incidents in nearby towns. The message was unsettlingly similar: broken windows and anonymous threats. The connection between these incidents and my own left me with a renewed sense of unease. I had thought the message was a random act of intimidation, but now it seemed part of a larger pattern. As I looked around my house, I realized that the sense of vulnerability had become a part of my everyday life. The shattered window had been repaired, but the psychological impact of that night lingered. It was a stark reminder that safety is a fragile illusion, and that sometimes the most unsettling threats come from the shadows we can't see. Story 31. It was a quiet afternoon, and I was working in my home office, absorbed in a project that had been consuming my time and energy for weeks. The room was my sanctuary, a place where I could focus on work without the interruptions of the outside world. But today, something felt off. A subtle sense of unease had been creeping into my thoughts, something I couldn't quite place. I had just finished a particularly challenging task when I noticed a strange reflection in the corner of my eye. It came from behind a stack of paperwork on my desk. Curious, I reached over and moved the papers aside, revealing an odd-looking object partially hidden behind a bookend. It was a small black device with a lens, definitely not something I recognized. My heart began to race as I realized what it was. The device was a surveillance camera, and it was positioned in such a way that it had a perfect view of my workspace. I was taken aback. How long had it been there? Had someone been watching me without my knowledge? I carefully picked up the camera, noting its size and the fact that it seemed relatively modern. I turned it over in my hands, trying to find any indication of its origin or purpose. There were no labels or identifying marks, only a small slot where a memory card was inserted. Without wasting a moment, I took the memory card out and inserted it into my computer. My fingers trembled as I navigated to the folder containing the footage. I hoped that this was all a misunderstanding, a misplaced piece of equipment or a prank, but I had to know for sure. The footage began with a timestamp showing several weeks ago. I watched as the camera captured me entering the office, setting up my workspace, and starting my daily routine. The images were grainy but clear enough to recognize. The camera had been there all along, recording every moment. As I continued to watch, my anxiety grew. The footage showed me working diligently, taking breaks, and even the mundane moments like sipping coffee or adjusting my chair. It was unsettling to see my every move monitored so closely, but what was even more disturbing were the hours of blank screens, where the cameras seemed to have recorded nothing. The gaps were sporadic, with hours of footage missing intermittently. My heart pounded as I approached the end of the footage. What I saw next was chilling. The final segment showed the screen flickering for a moment before displaying a message in bold letters. "We know your secrets." The message was brief but loaded with implications. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. What secrets could they be referring to? I had always been careful about my personal information, keeping my professional and personal lives separate. Yet the message suggested a deeper, more unsettling level of intrusion. I replayed the footage several times, scrutinizing every frame. There was no sign of anyone tampering with the camera or any hint of who might have planted it. The camera had been positioned in a way that made it almost invisible, blending in with the surroundings. It was a sophisticated setup designed to go unnoticed. Panic set in. The realization that someone had been watching me, possibly for weeks, was overwhelming. I felt a mix of fear and anger. Who would do something like this, and why? What did they want from me? I decided to contact the police, hoping they could provide some answers or at least help me ensure my safety. I explained the situation and handed over the camera and the footage. The officers were professional and assured me they would investigate, but their calm demeanor did little to ease my anxiety. While waiting for their response, I took steps to secure my home and personal information. I changed all my passwords, checked my computer and phone for any signs of malware, and installed additional security measures. I also made sure to examine other areas of my home for any other potential surveillance devices. The days following the discovery were fraught with tension. I found myself constantly checking my surroundings, my senses heightened by the experience. The sense of privacy invasion was profound, and I struggled to regain my sense of normalcy. Every creak of the house, every flicker of a shadow seemed to hold new significance. The police investigation took longer than I had hoped. They combed through the footage and conducted interviews, but the trail quickly grew cold. There were no concrete leads or identifiable suspects. The case remained unresolved, leaving me with more questions than answers. The camera was eventually returned to me, but the sense of violation lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that my life had been disrupted in a way that left lasting scars. The message on the footage haunted me, a constant reminder that someone knew more about me than I was comfortable with. In the months that followed, I tried to move forward, but the impact of the experience never fully faded. I remained vigilant, constantly aware of my surroundings and cautious about sharing personal information. The hidden camera had been a stark reminder of how easily privacy could be breached, and I found myself grappling with a newfound wariness of the world around me. Despite the passage of time, the incident served as a haunting reminder of the fragility of personal security. The hidden surveillance camera and the chilling message had exposed a vulnerability I hadn't fully appreciated before, leaving me with an enduring sense of unease and a heightened awareness of the hidden dangers that lurk in the shadows of modern life. Story 32. The noises started quietly at first, a faint, almost imperceptible scuffling in the attic. At night, while the rest of the house lay in darkness, The sound would make its way through the thin walls and ceiling, like a whispering wind. I initially brushed it off as the settling of an old house. After all, my home was a charming Victorian with creaky floorboards and a history that spanned over a century. Weeks went by with the noises growing slightly louder each night. The sound of shuffling and scratching would come and go, but every time I climbed into the attic, flashlight in hand, I found nothing but dust and cobwebs. The attic, filled with old furniture and forgotten memories, seemed empty and undisturbed. I'd even enlisted a few friends to help me investigate, but they too found no signs of intrusion or disturbance. The sounds continued, and my unease began to grow. It was a persistent, unsettling presence that gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. I tried to ignore it, attributing it to the house's age and quirks, but it was hard to shake the feeling that something was amiss. One night, the noises took a more alarming turn. I had just settled into bed after a long day, the house bathed in the soft glow of a few lamps. As I lay there, drifting towards sleep, I was jolted awake by the distinct sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, coming from my bedroom. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat up, straining to listen. The footsteps continued, slow and measured, as if someone was walking around my room. I held my breath, listening for any other sounds. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and a heavy silence fell over the room. I reached for the lamp on my bedside table, flicking it on and casting a warm light across the room. There was no one there. Shaking, I got out of bed and walked around the room, checking every corner, closet, and even under the bed. Everything seemed as it should be except for a strange, unsettling detail I hadn't noticed before. In the middle of the room, right by my bed, were a pair of muddy footprints. The footprints were fresh, their muddy soles leaving dark impressions on the hardwood floor. They seemed to lead directly from the entrance of the room to the edge of my bed, where they stopped. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Someone had been in my room. The muddy tracks were a grim reminder that whatever had been causing the noises in the attic was now making its way through my living space. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. The rational part of my mind insisted that there had to be a logical explanation. Perhaps the mud had come from somewhere else and the footprints were a coincidence. But nothing about this situation felt coincidental. The footsteps I had heard were real, and the muddy prints were undeniable. I took photos of the footprints with my phone, wanting to document the evidence before I did anything else. With trembling hands, I tried to analyze the tracks, looking for any clues as to their origin. The footprints were large, and the mud seemed to be of a type I didn't recognize, more like clay than the dirt I would expect from outside. Feeling a mix of fear and determination, I decided to check the attic once more. Armed with a flashlight and a baseball bat, I climbed up the creaky stairs to the attic. The air was musty, and the darkness seemed more oppressive than ever. I swept the flashlight around, searching for any signs of recent activity. As I moved through the attic, I noticed something odd. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of earth, mingled with the old, musty smell of the attic. I followed the scent to a corner of the attic, where a small trapdoor led to an old, unused storage space. I had never noticed this trapdoor before, and it seemed out of place amid the clutter. With a sense of dread, I pried open the trapdoor, revealing a narrow, dark passage below. The passage was filled with more of the same clay-like mud, and the walls were covered with strange markings that I couldn't decipher. The passage led to a small, hidden room that I had never known existed. Inside the hidden room were old, dusty belongings, faded clothing, disheveled furniture, and personal items that suggested someone had lived there long ago. The most disturbing thing was a stack of old photographs scattered on the floor, showing images of people I didn't recognize. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothing, and some of the photos had been taken inside the very house where I now lived. The discovery of the hidden room was unsettling, but it also gave me a clearer picture of what might be happening. It was as if someone had been using the attic and hidden spaces for years, leaving behind traces of their presence. I wondered if the muddy footprints and the noises were part of an old, forgotten history. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I contacted a local historian and a professional home inspector to investigate further. They were intrigued by the hidden room and the history of the house, but neither could offer a definitive explanation for the muddy footprints or the strange markings. In the meantime, the noises in the attic ceased, and the unsettling presence seemed to have faded. I continued to live in the house, but the discovery of the hidden room and the muddy footprints remained a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay within the walls. The house, once a place of comfort and charm, had become a reminder that sometimes the past has a way of making itself known in the most unexpected and unsettling ways. As I settled into my life in the house, I kept a close watch on the attic and the hidden room, always aware that the mysteries of the past were never far from reach. The muddy footprints were a haunting reminder of the shadows that lingered in the corners of my home, a testament to the secrets that lay hidden within its walls. Story 33. The sound of crayons scratching against paper was a comforting background noise in our household. My 5-year-old daughter, Lily, had always loved to draw. Her creations were typically filled with bright colors and whimsical scenes, flowers, animals, and sometimes fantastical creatures she invented with boundless imagination. It was a way for her to express herself, to share the world she saw in her mind with the rest of us. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I noticed Lily sitting quietly at the kitchen table, her concentration intense. Her latest artwork was sprawled out in front of her, and I glanced over, expecting to see another charming scene. But what I saw made my blood run cold. The drawing depicted a dark figure standing outside our house, peering through the windows with an almost malevolent curiosity. The figure was cloaked in shadow, its features obscured but its intent clear. My stomach tightened as I took in the details. The figure's posture was rigid, and its eyes were unnervingly focused on the house. "Lily, honey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "what's this drawing about?" Lily looked up at me with wide, innocent eyes. "It's someone watching us, Mommy. I don't like them." I tried to reassure her, attributing the drawing to her active imagination and the stories she'd heard from friends or at school. We had a discussion about what to do if she ever felt scared, emphasizing that she should always come to me or her dad with any concerns. I didn't want to alarm her more than necessary, and I certainly didn't want to fuel any fears she might have. That night, after Lily went to bed, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked securely. I did a thorough check of the house, my unease growing with each creak of the floorboards. Everything seemed in order, and I eventually managed to convince myself that the drawing was just a figment of Lily's imagination. But then the drawings continued. Over the next few days, Lily produced more pictures, each one more disturbing than the last. One drawing showed the same shadowy figure standing just outside our living room window, its presence seemingly more defined, its posture more menacing. Another depicted the figure closer to the house, standing next to the front door with a hand outstretched as if to knock. The most chilling drawing, however, was the last one. It was a detailed and unsettling depiction of a figure standing right by my bedside, the dark silhouette looming over me as I slept. The figure's face was still obscured, but the implication was clear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I looked at the drawing, my mind racing with 100 questions. That night, sleep was elusive. I kept replaying the drawings in my mind, trying to convince myself that they were just the product of a young child's imagination. But the unsettling feeling lingered, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. I stayed awake, listening intently to the sounds of the house, jumping at every creak and groan. The following morning, I decided to speak with my husband, Mark, about Lily's drawings. We were both concerned, but Mark tried to remain rational. He suggested we keep a closer eye on Lily and be more vigilant about security. We agreed to install additional locks and to check the perimeter of the house more frequently. We also decided to consult with a child psychologist, hoping that a professional might provide some insight into Lily's drawings. During the appointment, Lily talked about her drawings in a matter-of-fact way, but she couldn't explain why she drew the figures or what they meant. The psychologist suggested that it might be a manifestation of anxiety or something she had seen or heard. Despite the reassurance, the sense of dread didn't abate. Each night, I found myself checking on Lily more often, peeking into her room to ensure everything was as it should be. I started to notice small things that seemed out of place, shadows that seemed to linger longer than they should, or reflections in the windows that I couldn't quite place. I tried to dismiss them as overactive imagination, but they added to my growing anxiety. One evening, as I was putting Lily to bed, she looked up at me with a serious expression. "Mommy," she said softly, "I'm scared. I don't want the person to come in here." My heart sank. I tried to comfort her, telling her that we were safe and that no one could get inside. I double-checked the locks and made sure the windows were secure before finally tucking her in. I kissed her goodnight and stayed by her bedside until she fell asleep, my mind racing with worry. That night I had trouble sleeping. I lay in bed, listening to every creak and rustle in the house, my mind consumed by the thought of the shadowy figure from Lily's drawings. I imagined it creeping through the darkened rooms, its presence a looming threat. Eventually, exhaustion overtook my fear, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. I woke in the early hours of the morning with a jolt, a cold sweat covering my body. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat up, straining to hear any sounds. Everything was silent, the house seemingly still and empty. I got up and checked Lily's room once more, finding her soundly asleep. As I turned to leave, I noticed a small, new drawing on the nightstand beside her bed. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The drawing depicted a figure standing at the edge of Lily's bed, its face still obscured but its form more defined, and beneath the figure were the words, "I'm closer than you think." The drawing sent a wave of terror through me. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I needed to take action to ensure our safety. I decided to contact the police and report the situation, even though I felt embarrassed by how irrational it might sound. The police arrived and conducted a thorough search of the property, but found nothing unusual. They assured me that the house was secure, and that there was no evidence of anyone having entered. They recommended increasing security measures, including installing motion sensor lights and cameras around the property. As the days went by, I tried to focus on keeping things as normal as possible for Lily. We continued to monitor the house and made sure that everything was as secure as it could be. The drawing stopped, but the unsettling feeling lingered. I couldn't help but wonder if the shadowy figure from Lily's drawings had been a warning of something real, or simply a manifestation of fear and anxiety. The drawings remained a haunting reminder of that period, a vivid testament to the fears and anxieties that had gripped our family. Though the sense of danger eventually subsided, the experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of how easily our sense of security can be shaken by the unknown. Story 34. It was a dreary Wednesday evening when I first noticed the voicemail notification on my phone. I had been at work all day and was looking forward to a quiet night at home. The sky outside was overcast, casting a gray pallor over everything, and the rain began to fall steadily as I settled in. The voicemail icon blinked with an urgency that caught my attention. I was about to dismiss it, thinking it was just another robocall or an advertisement, but something made me press play. The voicemail began with static, and then the unmistakable sound of someone breathing heavily. My heart skipped a beat as the frantic voice of a stranger filled the speaker. "Help, I'm trapped in your house. Please, you have to get me out. I can't." The message was cut off abruptly by a loud, panicked noise, and then the voicemail ended with a sharp beep. I was left in stunned silence, my mind racing to process what I had just heard. I listened to the message again, trying to make sense of it. The voice was filled with desperation, and the background noise was unsettlingly familiar. I was alone in the house, but the strange noise in the voicemail sounded eerily like the ambient sounds of my own home, the soft hum of the refrigerator, the faint ticking of the clock on the wall, and the distant patter of the rain against the windows. My heart pounded as I tried to rationalize what I had heard. I decided to investigate. I walked through the house, checking each room carefully. Every corner seemed to be just as I had left it. I opened closets and checked under the beds, but there was no sign of anyone. The house was quiet, save for the usual sounds of the rain and the creaks of the settling structure. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The voicemail was too specific, too unsettling, and the background noise was too accurate. I wondered if someone had somehow managed to get into my home without me noticing. The thought made my skin crawl. I returned to my phone and replayed the voicemail, trying to analyze the background noise more closely. I noticed that there was a distinct pattern of rhythmic thumping that seemed to coincide with the ticking of my clock. The more I listened, the more convinced I became that the voicemail had been recorded from inside my house. I decided to call the police. I explained the situation, trying to convey the urgency of the voicemail and my concerns about a potential intruder. The dispatcher took my report seriously and assured me that officers would be dispatched to my home immediately. As I waited for the police to arrive, I sat in the living room, my eyes darting to every creak and shadow. The rain continued to fall, its steady patter against the windows a constant reminder of the unnerving voicemail. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, my nerves frayed by the growing sense of dread. The police arrived within 20 minutes. They conducted a thorough search of the house, checking every room and closet. They even inspected the attic and basement, but found no signs of forced entry or any evidence of an intruder. The officers reassured me that everything seemed to be in order, but they took the voicemail seriously and promised to look into it further. As the officers left, I felt a mixture of relief and frustration. The house was still quiet and empty, and there was no immediate evidence of a break-in. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, though. The voicemail had left a lingering sense of unease that I couldn't ignore. That night I barely slept. The voicemail replayed in my mind, and every creak of the house seemed amplified. I kept my phone close, checking it repeatedly for any new messages or updates. The rain continued to fall, a constant reminder of the unsettling voicemail. The next morning I received a call from the police. They had traced the voicemail to a number that had been used to make several prank calls in the past. They assured me that there was no sign of any criminal activity at my home and that the voicemail was likely a prank. Despite their reassurances, I remained unsettled. The background noise in the voicemail had been too accurate, and the sense of urgency in the voice had been too real. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the voicemail than the police had uncovered. In the weeks that followed, I took extra precautions around my home. I installed additional security measures and made sure to lock all windows and doors. I still received occasional prank calls, but none were as disturbing as the voicemail I had received that night. The voicemail remains a mystery, a chilling reminder of that unsettling evening. I've never been able to fully explain what happened or why someone would record such a disturbing message from inside my own home. The memory of that frantic voice and the eerie background noise continues to haunt me, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things are the ones we can't fully understand. Though the incident eventually faded into the past, it left a lasting impact. I remain vigilant and cautious, always aware of the possibility that there might be something more sinister lurking just beyond the surface. The voicemail serves as a haunting reminder that sometimes the most unsettling experiences are the ones that defy explanation, leaving us with a lingering sense of unease and a heightened awareness of the shadows that may be closer than we think. Story 35. The late summer evening was still and quiet, with the street lights casting a soft glow over the suburban neighborhood. I had just returned home from a long day at work, eager to relax and unwind. As I pulled into my driveway, something caught my eye, a car parked haphazardly in the spot beside mine. It was an old, rusted sedan with a weathered paint job, clearly out of place among the newer, well-maintained vehicles in the neighborhood. The engine was running, emitting a low, steady rumble that seemed oddly out of place in the quiet evening. I parked my car and approached the abandoned vehicle, my heart pounding with a mix of curiosity and unease. The car was unlocked, its door slightly ajar. As I peered inside, my breath caught in my throat. On the dashboard, a note was propped up, written in hurried, slanted handwriting, "You're next." I recoiled, stepping back from the car. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of the message. It had to be a prank, right? Someone's idea of a twisted joke. But the engine running and the note's ominous warning made my skin crawl. I quickly looked around, but the street was empty. There was no sign of anyone watching or waiting. My first instinct was to call the police. I dialed 911 and reported the abandoned vehicle, describing the note and the suspicious circumstances. The dispatcher assured me that an officer would be dispatched to investigate. As I waited, I tried to keep my composure, but the tension was almost unbearable. Minutes felt like hours as I paced back and forth in my driveway. The engine continued to run, its hum vibrating through the ground. I tried to distract myself by going inside and checking the security cameras. I reviewed the footage, hoping to see someone approach or leave the scene. But the cameras had caught nothing out of the ordinary. The car had simply appeared in the driveway with no sign of who had left it. Finally, a patrol car arrived. The officer, a young woman with a serious demeanor, approached the vehicle and examined it. After a few minutes of checking the car's registration and inspecting the note, she turned to me with a concerned look. "We're running the plates and trying to trace the car's owner," she said. "In the meantime, I suggest you stay alert and keep an eye out for anything unusual. This could be a targeted threat." Her words did little to ease my anxiety. As the officer drove away, I felt an unsettling chill settle over me. I went inside and locked the doors, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, sleep was elusive. Every creak of the house and every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. I kept checking the windows, peering into the darkness outside, but saw nothing. The note and the abandoned car loomed in my mind, leaving me with a sense of impending dread. The following morning, I found the car still parked in my driveway. The engine had stopped running, but the vehicle was otherwise untouched. The police had yet to provide any updates, and I was left to wonder if the message was a misguided prank or something more sinister. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I reached out to my neighbors, asking if anyone had seen or heard anything unusual. Most of them were friendly and cooperative, but none had any useful information. One elderly woman, Mrs. Harrington, mentioned that she had seen a man in a dark coat lurking around the neighborhood a few days ago, but she hadn't thought much of it at the time. With this new information, I felt a renewed sense of urgency. I took to walking the neighborhood during the day, hoping to catch sight of the man Mrs. Harrington had described. My efforts were in vain. There was no sign of anyone suspicious, and I began to feel as though I was losing my grip on reality. Days turned into weeks, and the car remained a persistent presence. The police had not found the car's owner, and the case seemed to be growing cold. The note's chilling message continued to haunt me, and I felt increasingly isolated in my own home. One evening while I was preparing dinner, I noticed something odd through the kitchen window. The abandoned car was gone, leaving an empty space in my driveway. A wave of relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. As I stepped outside to check the area, I found another note taped to my front door. The handwriting was the same as the previous note, and the message was even more ominous. You thought you were safe, or watching. My heart raced as I realized that the threat had not dissipated, it had only intensified. I immediately called the police again, reporting the new note and expressing my growing fear. The officer who arrived took the note for evidence and promised to increase patrols in the area. As the days passed, the sense of being watched never fully left me. I installed extra security measures in my home and continued to be vigilant, though the unsettling feeling lingered. Despite the police's efforts and my own precautions, the mysterious threats remained unresolved. In the end, the car was never found again, and the identity of the person who had left the notes remained a mystery. The incident left me with a heightened sense of caution and a lingering fear that someone, somewhere, was still watching. The abandoned car and its chilling message had changed my perception of safety, leaving me wary of the shadows that lurked just beyond the edge of the familiar. Story 36. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I found the package on my doorstep. The box was small and plain, wrapped in brown paper, and sealed with clear tape. There was no return address, no indication of who had sent it. A chill ran down my spine as I picked it up. I glanced around the street, but no one was in sight. I could feel the weight of the package in my hands, heavy with an unsettling sense of foreboding. I took the package inside, setting it on the kitchen table. My heart pounded as I carefully removed the wrapping. Inside was a plain DVD case. I took a deep breath and slid the disc out, examining it. There were no labels or markings, just a blank surface that felt eerily cold to the touch. I grabbed my laptop and inserted the DVD, my hands trembling slightly. The screen flickered, and then the video began to play. It started with a timestamp from the previous week. My heart sank as I realized the footage was from my own home. The video showed me going about my daily routine, cooking in the kitchen, watching TV in the living room, and finally heading to bed. Everything was captured with a disturbing level of detail. I could see myself walking through the house, unaware of the camera's presence. It was as if someone had been following me, recording my every move. As the video continued, my unease grew. There was nothing particularly alarming at first. The scenes were mundane, me getting up, making breakfast, and reading a book. But the feeling of being watched, of my privacy being so completely violated, was deeply unsettling. Then, towards the end of the video, the atmosphere shifted. The timestamp showed the footage from late evening, and I could see myself sitting at my desk working on my computer. I had been so absorbed in my task that I hadn't noticed anything unusual. But as the video played on, I saw a shadow creeping into the frame from behind me. The shadow was faint at first, just a dark shape against the wall. It grew more defined as it approached. My heart raced as I watched, the shadowy figure moving closer and closer. I wanted to shout at the screen, to warn my past self, but it was useless. The figure loomed behind me, barely visible but undeniably present. The final scene showed the shadowy figure standing directly behind me, just inches away. The camera captured the tension of the moment, my obliviousness to the presence of the figure, the sinister aura of its proximity. I could see the faint outline of its form, but the details were obscured by the dim lighting and the shadow itself. The video ended abruptly, the screen going black. I sat in stunned silence. The last frame of the shadowy figure burned into my memory. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead. Who was this figure? How had they gotten so close without my noticing? I jumped up and checked my apartment, thoroughly inspecting every room, every corner. The sense of invasion was overwhelming. I examined the locks on the doors and windows, double-checking their security. Everything seemed intact, but the feeling of dread remained. It was clear that someone had been inside my home, had been watching me in the most private moments of my life. My mind raced as I tried to piece together who could have done this. I thought back over the past week, trying to recall if I had seen anyone unusual or if anything had seemed out of place. But everything seemed normal. There were no signs of forced entry, no indication that anyone had tampered with my home. The shadowy figure on the video remained a chilling mystery. Desperate for answers, I contacted the police. I showed them the video and explained the situation. They were sympathetic, but had little to go on. The footage, while disturbing, did not provide concrete evidence of who the intruder was or how they had managed to film me without being detected. They advised me to enhance my home security and to stay vigilant. I took their advice to heart, installing additional locks, a security system, and more cameras. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, always on edge, constantly checking for any sign of an intruder. But despite my efforts, the fear never fully dissipated. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside made me jump. The video had left me feeling like a prisoner in my own home. Weeks passed with no new developments. The figure in the video remained a haunting enigma. I reviewed the footage several times, hoping for some clue or detail I might have missed, but it was always the same, a shadowy presence, a silent observer. The paranoia lingered, and the anxiety of being watched never truly left me. I tried to return to a semblance of normalcy, but the fear of that shadowy figure haunted me. I avoided being alone in the apartment as much as possible, always feeling like someone was watching me, even in the safety of my own home. The experience had left a permanent mark on me. The unsettling knowledge that someone had intruded into my private space and watched me without my knowledge had shattered my sense of security. The shadow in the video became a symbol of my vulnerability, a reminder that there were forces out there that I could neither see nor understand. As time went on, I learned to live with the constant unease, the nagging feeling that I was never truly alone. The mystery of the package and the shadowy figure remained unresolved, a dark chapter in my life that I couldn't erase. The fear of the unknown had become a part of my reality, and I could only hope that the shadow would never return. Story 37. The phone rang at precisely midnight. I glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number flashing across it. The clock ticked on, its monotonous rhythm filling the quiet room as I hesitated before answering. I had been alone all evening, and a call at this hour seemed out of place, unsettling even. "Hello," I said into the receiver, my voice betraying a hint of unease. There was no response on the other end, just a heavy, almost labored breathing. The sound lingered for a moment before the line went dead. I stared at the phone, puzzled, and then shook off the strange feeling as nothing more than a wrong number. I was about to put the phone back on the charger when it rang again. I answered quickly, hoping for clarity. "Hello." Again, the line was filled with silence. The only sounds were the same heavy sighs, as if someone was struggling to find the words. And then, just as before, the call ended with the sound of someone hanging up. The unsettling pattern continued over the next few nights. Each call came at odd hours, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes early in the morning. Each time I picked up the phone, hoping for an explanation, but each call ended in the same eerie silence. No matter how many times I answered, I never heard anything more than that disconcerting sigh and the sound of the line going dead. The lack of any real interaction left me feeling uneasy. Who could be calling me and why? There was something deeply unsettling about the fact that the caller never spoke, never offered any explanation, just sighed and hung up. It felt personal, but I couldn't figure out what it was supposed to mean. In an attempt to find some peace of mind, I decided to trace the unknown number. I searched online and found various websites claiming to identify callers, but none could offer any information about the number. I even contacted my phone provider, but they couldn't offer any assistance either. It was as if the number existed only to torment me with its silence. The days turned into weeks, and the calls persisted. I started to dread answering the phone, knowing that each call would bring a fresh wave of anxiety. The interruptions were becoming a significant disturbance in my daily life. I began to feel jumpy, my nerves frayed by the constant barrage of unsettling calls. One particularly quiet evening, I was sitting on the couch, trying to distract myself with a book, when the phone rang again. This time I let it ring for a while, hoping that if I ignored it, the caller would eventually stop. But the persistent ringing continued, cutting through the silence like a needle. With a deep breath, I finally answered. "Hello." This time, there was a different quality to the sigh. It was heavier, almost sorrowful, and seemed to carry a weight of unspoken emotion. My heart raced as I listened intently, hoping for a clue or a hint. But once again, the call ended with the sound of someone hanging up, leaving me in the dark. The next day, I decided to take a different approach. I reached out to friends and family, explaining the situation and asking if they had any advice. Everyone offered their support and sympathy, but none could offer any practical solutions. My best friend, Sarah, suggested that I might be dealing with a prankster or someone with a personal vendetta, but I was unwilling to jump to conclusions without more information. Determined to find an answer, I started documenting each call meticulously. I noted the time, the date, and any patterns I could discern. It became a ritual of sorts, an obsessive attempt to find a pattern or a clue that would make sense of the disturbing calls. One evening, while reviewing my notes, I noticed something odd. The calls seemed to follow a pattern, coming every few days with a certain consistency. There was a peculiar rhythm to the timing, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was a reason behind it. I decided to keep a closer eye on the patterns and see if I could identify any additional clues. Weeks turned into months, and the calls showed no signs of stopping. My once ordinary life had become increasingly overshadowed by the sense of dread and uncertainty. The quiet sighs on the other end of the line seemed to seep into my everyday thoughts, leaving me constantly on edge. One night, as I sat at my desk, the phone rang again. I took a deep breath and answered, steeling myself for the familiar silence, but this time, something was different. As I listened, I heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound in the background, like the murmur of voices or the rustling of papers. It was so faint that I could barely make it out, but it felt significant. I hung up the phone, my mind racing with possibilities. Was there someone else involved in these calls? Was the faint background noise a clue or just another piece of the puzzle? I was no closer to understanding the mystery, but the faint sound gave me a renewed sense of determination. The next morning, I visited a local private investigator, hoping they might provide some insight. I explained the situation and showed them my notes and documentation. They listened intently, their expression thoughtful as they reviewed the details. After analyzing the information, the investigator suggested that the calls could be part of a larger scheme or an attempt to unsettle me psychologically. They advised me to remain vigilant and to take steps to ensure my safety. They also recommended that I consider installing a call blocking device to screen out the unknown number. I followed their advice and installed a call blocking system, hoping it would bring an end to the silent torment. The device worked, and the calls stopped. The silence that followed was a welcome relief, but it was tinged with a lingering sense of unease. The experience had left a mark on me, a reminder of how unsettling the unknown can be. While the calls had ceased, I was left with the haunting memory of those silent, heavy sighs and the unanswered questions that accompanied them. The mystery of the unknown caller remained unresolved, a shadow that lingered at the edge of my consciousness. In the end, I had learned to appreciate the peace of silence, but I never fully understood the motives behind those eerie calls. The experience had changed me, leaving me with a heightened awareness of the fragility of our sense of security and the unsettling nature of the unknown. Story 38. The house was quiet when I returned home that evening. It was the kind of quiet that settled like a heavy blanket over everything, making even the smallest noises seem jarring. I was still unsettled from the day's events and argument with a colleague, a close call with a speeding car. All I wanted was to relax and put the day behind me. I kicked off my shoes and went straight to my bedroom, craving a moment of solitude. As I sat on the edge of the bed, I noticed something odd. The corner of a dusty, old book peeked out from beneath the bed. Curious, I reached down and pulled it out. It was a worn, leather-bound diary, its edges frayed and its cover scratched and stained. At first, I thought it might have been left by a previous occupant, but something about it felt unnervingly personal. I turned it over in my hands, feeling a mix of trepidation and intrigue. The diary had a small lock on it, but it was broken and rusted, making it easy to open. My hands trembled as I flipped open the cover. The first few pages were filled with neat handwriting, detailing mundane activities. Woke up at 7 a.m., went for a jog, breakfast oatmeal, but as I continued to read, the entries became more detailed and disturbing. The diary described my daily routine with eerie precision: what I wore, who I spoke to, and even my thoughts and feelings. Spoke to the barista at Starbucks today. Noticed how she smiled at me, but seemed tired. And had lunch with Julia at noon. She wore a blue dress and talked about her new cat. Walked home from work and saw the stray dog near the park. Pet it briefly. Each entry was a meticulous account of my day-to-day life, but what truly disturbed me was the growing sense of intrusion. It felt as if someone had been watching me, recording my every move. As I reached the final pages, my heart pounded faster. The entries had become more personal, almost obsessive. They described my most private moments, my fears, and even my dreams. The final entry was scrawled hastily, the handwriting different from the rest. "I'm under your bed." The words felt like a physical blow. I froze, staring at the sentence as if willing it to change, to somehow make sense. My breath came in shallow gasps as I tried to rationalize what I had read. Could it be a prank? A sick joke left by someone with a twisted sense of humor? I stood up quickly, the diary still clutched in my hands. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign of someone who might be hiding. The quiet of the house seemed to press in on me, amplifying the pounding of my heart. I approached the edge of the bed, every step feeling heavier than the last. I took a deep breath and crouched down, peeking under the bed. The darkness beneath was impenetrable, the space cluttered with dust bunnies and forgotten items. I strained my eyes, trying to see if there was anything or anyone there. The air felt colder under the bed, as if it were holding its breath. There was nothing. No one was hiding beneath the bed, no sinister figure waiting to leap out. I exhaled slowly, feeling a mix of relief and lingering dread. Had someone just been playing a cruel trick on me? Or was there something more to it? Determined to get to the bottom of it, I took the diary and placed it on my nightstand. I decided to check the rest of the house, leaving no corner unturned. I inspected closets, looked behind furniture, and even checked the attic. Everything seemed in order, but the sense of unease lingered, refusing to be dismissed. As the hours passed, I found myself unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I locked all the doors and windows, checking and rechecking them. I moved the diary to a safer place, hoping it would provide some answers if I could figure out who had written it. The next day, I visited the local police station and reported what I had found. They took the diary for examination and promised to investigate. I tried to explain my feelings of being watched, but without concrete evidence, they couldn't offer much assistance beyond a routine check. Days turned into weeks, and the police investigation yielded no results. They could not trace the diary to any known individuals or determine its origin. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere, a chilling enigma with no clear explanation. I continued to live in the house, but the diary had changed everything. The sense of paranoia and fear had settled in, turning my once safe and comfortable space into a place of dread. I began to avoid my bedroom, feeling a constant unease whenever I entered it. The diary remained on a high shelf, out of reach, but never out of my mind. Eventually, I decided to move out, seeking a fresh start and hoping to leave the unsettling memories behind. As I packed up my belongings, I glanced at the diary one last time. It seemed almost to taunt me with its silent presence, a reminder of the invasion of privacy and fear that had consumed me. Even now, as I settle into my new home, the memory of that diary and its ominous message still lingers. I am more cautious than ever, checking and double-checking locks, and being wary of anything out of the ordinary. The diary remains a haunting reminder that sometimes the things we find are not meant to be discovered, and that some secrets are better left buried. Story 39. It was an ordinary morning, the kind where the sun filters through the curtains just right, making you feel like everything is going to be all right. I awoke to the usual routine, stretching and yawning before heading to the kitchen to brew my first cup of coffee. As I shuffled through the living room, I noticed a strange object slipped under my front door. At first, I thought it might be a misplaced flyer or a delivery notice, but as I bent down to retrieve it, a sense of unease washed over me. The envelope was plain and unmarked, save for my name written in a neat, unfamiliar handwriting. I slid my finger under the flap and pulled out a photograph and a note. The photograph was unmistakably of me. I was asleep, my face partially obscured by the pillow, the rest of the room a blurred backdrop. The most disturbing part was how it had been taken from outside my window. The photo's angle and clarity suggested someone had been standing right there observing me while I slept. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at the photograph, my heart racing as I flipped it over. On the back was a handwritten note. "I'm watching. Panic surged through me. Who could have taken this photo? How long had they been watching me? I tried to calm myself, rationalizing that it could be a sick joke or a misplaced prank. But the dread that settled in my chest was real and persistent. I quickly moved to check all the locks on my windows and doors, making sure they were secure. I glanced around my home looking for any signs of forced entry or tampering, but everything seemed intact. The photo and note felt like an intrusion into my private space, a chilling reminder that someone had been watching me without my knowledge. I decided to call the police. When they arrived, I showed them the photo and the note, trying to convey the growing sense of fear I was experiencing. The officers were sympathetic and assured me they would investigate. They took the photograph for evidence and promised to patrol the area more frequently. After they left, I found it hard to focus on anything. I tried to go about my day, but the image of the photo kept replaying in my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and every creak or bump in the house made me jump. I avoided looking out the window, afraid of seeing someone lurking outside. As the days passed, the fear didn't subside. I began to feel paranoid, constantly checking my windows and doors, and even reconsidering my daily routines. I started to wonder if the person who had taken the photo was still out there, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known again. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I noticed a shadow pass by my kitchen window. My heart skipped a beat, and I rushed to the window to see who it was. But there was no one there, just the empty street illuminated by streetlights. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the incident left me on edge. The next day, as I was leaving for work, I noticed something new, a small white envelope tucked into the flower pot on my porch. My hands trembled as I picked it up and opened it. Inside was another photograph, this time of me standing on my front porch, talking on my phone. The photo was taken from across the street, the angle indicating someone had been watching me again. The accompanying note was brief. I felt a wave of nausea and terror. The realization that someone was tracking my movements so closely was suffocating. I felt trapped in my own home, unable to escape the feeling of being constantly observed. I called the police once more, and they promised to escalate the investigation. They suggested installing security cameras and offered to increase patrols in the area. I followed their advice, installing cameras both inside and outside my home, hoping to catch any suspicious activity. The cameras provided some peace of mind, but the fear never fully dissipated. I became hyper-vigilant, scrutinizing every detail and second-guessing every sound. The presence of the cameras offered a semblance of security, but they also served as a constant reminder of the intrusion. Weeks passed, and the frequency of the notes and photographs diminished, but the unsettling feeling remained. I became accustomed to checking my security footage regularly, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person responsible. Despite my vigilance, I never saw anyone suspicious on the recordings. One night, as I reviewed the footage, I noticed something peculiar, a figure standing across the street, partially obscured by the shadows. The figure remained still, almost as if it were watching my house from a distance. I couldn't make out any distinct features, but the presence was enough to make my skin crawl. I reported the sighting to the police, who promised to investigate further. They conducted a thorough search of the area but found no evidence of wrongdoing. The figure in the footage remained an enigma, a shadow that hinted at something sinister but offered no concrete answers. Life slowly began to return to a semblance of normalcy. The notes and photographs ceased, and the police were no longer able to provide any new leads. The fear of being watched, however, lingered, a shadow that followed me wherever I went. I continued to live in my home, the cameras providing some comfort and the occasional reassurance that I was not being actively targeted. The memory of the photographs and notes remained a haunting reminder of the time when my private space was invaded, and my sense of security was shattered. I learned to live with the unease, a constant undercurrent to my everyday life, as I moved forward from the unsettling experience that had forever changed my perception of safety in my own home. Story 40. When I first moved into my new apartment, I was thrilled. It was a charming old building with creaky wooden floors and high ceilings that gave it a sense of history. The apartment itself was spacious and bright, with large windows that let in the sunlight and offered a lovely view of the city skyline. I enjoyed decorating it and making it my own, filling it with my favorite things and personal treasures. But shortly after settling in, I began to notice something strange. Small valuables, my grandmother's old watch, a silver locket, and a few other cherished items started to go missing. At first, I thought I was simply misplacing them. I would search high and low, only to find them back in their original places or in new odd locations. My watch would be on the kitchen counter one day, and the next, it would be in the bathroom drawer. The occurrences were sporadic, but unsettling. I tried to keep track of where I had last seen the items and made a habit of double-checking that I hadn't inadvertently put them somewhere unusual. Despite my best efforts, the disappearances continued. Each time an item would vanish, I would eventually find it somewhere unexpected: a pair of earrings in the fruit bowl, a necklace on top of the bookshelf. My growing frustration was compounded by the eerie feeling that I wasn't alone in the apartment. I would sometimes hear faint noises during the night, like the sound of footsteps or the faint clink of metal. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that it was just the building settling or the wind playing tricks. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I returned home to find that even more of my valuables had gone missing. I searched the apartment thoroughly, but they were nowhere to be found. Exhausted and frazzled, I decided to take a break and lie down on my bed. As I was trying to relax, I noticed something strange: a faint, sweet smell in the air, like flowers. Curious, I sat up and looked around. To my astonishment, I saw all my missing valuables laid out neatly on my bed. The items were arranged in a precise, orderly fashion, as if someone had carefully placed them there. My grandmother's watch was positioned in the center, surrounded by my jewelry and other trinkets. Each piece was polished and gleaming, as though they had been cleaned recently. Next to the arrangement was a note, written in elegant, looping handwriting. I picked it up with trembling hands and read the message: "I've been looking after them." The note sent a shiver down my spine. The tone was oddly soothing, yet the implication was unsettling. Someone had been in my apartment, handling my belongings, and I had no idea who or why. I felt a mix of relief at having my things back and anxiety over the breach of privacy. I spent the rest of the night trying to make sense of the situation. I inspected the note closely, looking for any clues about the writer, but there was nothing to indicate their identity. The handwriting was unfamiliar, and the note itself was blank except for the message. I also examined my apartment for any signs of forced entry or tampering, but everything seemed normal. The doors and windows were secure, and there were no signs of anyone having been in my home recently. The next morning, I contacted the building manager and reported the incident. They promised to increase security and check the building's surveillance footage. However, when they reviewed the tapes, they found nothing unusual. The footage showed no signs of any intruders or suspicious activity. It was as if the thief had vanished without a trace. With no answers from the building manager or the police, I felt compelled to take matters into my own hands. I decided to set up a small security camera in my apartment, hoping it would catch any further strange activity. I placed it in a discreet corner of the living room, pointing toward the areas where my valuables were most often found. For the next few weeks, I watched the footage obsessively. Each day I scrutinized the video, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious caretaker. But the footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, no unusual movements, no unexplained figures. It was as if the camera was recording a perfectly ordinary day in my apartment. The strange occurrences eventually ceased. My valuables remained in their rightful places, and the unsettling feeling of being watched faded. The mysterious note remained a chilling reminder of the intruder's presence, but there were no more surprises or unexplained disappearances. I continued to live in the apartment, but the experience left me with a lingering sense of unease. I became more cautious, double-checking locks and securing my belongings. I never discovered the identity of the person who had been looking after my things, nor did I understand their motives. The mystery of the caretaker remained unsolved, and the sense of being watched never fully left me. In the end, I learned to accept the strange event as an unsettling chapter in my life. I moved forward, trying to put the experience behind me, but the memory of the neatly arranged valuables and the haunting message stayed with me. I often wondered if the caretaker was still out there, watching from the shadows, or if they had simply vanished, leaving behind a mystery that I would never fully understand. Story 41. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when the package arrived. The delivery was unexpected, and the brown box, wrapped in plain paper with no markings or labels, stood out against the backdrop of my otherwise unremarkable day. I noticed it on my doorstep as I was heading out for work, and curiosity piqued. I decided to bring it inside before leaving. The box was surprisingly heavy for its size, and as I carried it to the kitchen table, a shiver of anticipation ran down my spine. I hadn't ordered anything recently, and the lack of any identifying information on the package only added to the mystery. I carefully peeled away the wrapping and opened the box, my heart pounding with each motion. Inside, I found a collection of items that left me stunned. It was as if the package had been sent from a past I had long forgotten. There were a few old photographs of friends and family, some of which I had thought lost forever. There was also a small, worn-out notebook from my college days, its pages filled with notes and doodles I hadn't seen in years. A faded concert ticket, a childhood toy, and a couple of trinkets that held sentimental value were scattered among the contents. But it wasn't just the items that left me unsettled. It was the note that accompanied them. Written in neat, flowing handwriting, it read, "I've been keeping them for you." My hands trembled as I read the note. Who could have sent this, and why? The items were undeniably personal, each one a piece of my past that had either been misplaced or thought to be lost forever. The note seemed to suggest that someone had been watching over these items for years, waiting for the right moment to return them. I picked up the notebook first. Flipping through its pages, I saw scribbles and notes that brought back a flood of memories. The notebook had once been a repository for ideas and musings during my university years, a time filled with youthful dreams and aspirations. Seeing it again was both nostalgic and unsettling. Next, I examined the photographs. There were images of old friends, some of whom I hadn't seen in years. Faces that had once been a daily part of my life now seemed like distant memories. The thought that someone had been holding on to these pieces of my history was disconcerting. I could not recall any particular reason why someone would have these items, or who could be behind it. The faded concert ticket was another jarring reminder of the past. It was from a show I had attended with friends years ago, a night filled with laughter and music. The memory of that night was bittersweet, tinged with both joy and a sense of loss. Seeing the ticket again stirred up emotions I hadn't expected. The childhood toy was perhaps the most personal of all. It was a small, stuffed bear that I had cherished during my early years. The toy was frayed and worn, a testament to how much it had been loved. Finding it again was both comforting and eerie, as if a piece of my innocence had been preserved by an unseen hand. I sat at the kitchen table, overwhelmed by the barrage of memories and emotions. The package and its contents seemed to have opened a door to a past I wasn't sure I wanted to revisit. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had sent this package knew too much about me, and the thought of someone watching me from the shadows was deeply unsettling. I decided to take action. I reached out to local authorities, hoping they could help trace the origin of the package. The police took my report seriously, and although they couldn't offer immediate answers, they promised to look into it. They advised me to keep the package and note as evidence and to avoid jumping to conclusions until they had more information. In the meantime, I took the precaution of examining my home for any signs of tampering or surveillance. I checked for hidden cameras, unusual devices, or anything out of place. Everything appeared normal, but the sense of being watched lingered. As the days went by, I tried to piece together any connections that might explain the package. I revisited old contacts and friends, trying to determine if anyone from my past could have been behind this strange gesture. I reached out to former classmates, old friends, and even relatives, but no one seemed to have any answers. The authorities conducted their investigation, but the trail quickly went cold. They were unable to trace the package or identify the sender. It remained a mystery, leaving me with more questions than answers. I was left to ponder who could have known so much about me and why they would choose to return these personal items. Despite the lack of resolution, the experience had a profound impact on me. The items from the package became a reminder of the complexities of human connections and the lingering threads of the past. I found myself reflecting on the memories they evoked, both the joyous and the painful ones. The package, though unsettling, also prompted me to reconnect with parts of my past that I had long since moved on from. It was as if the sender had intended not just to return physical items, but to stir emotions and memories that had been buried over time. In the end, the mystery of the package remained unsolved, but it left an indelible mark on my life. It was a stark reminder of how our past can resurface in unexpected ways and how the threads of our history can continue to weave into our present, often in ways we least expect. Story 42. For months, I had been saving up for a comprehensive security camera system for my home. The neighborhood had seen a few break-ins, and though I didn't consider myself a target, the peace of mind offered by a well-installed system was worth the investment. I set up cameras around the exterior of my house and a few strategically placed inside. The system included motion sensors and night vision, with all footage recorded and stored on a cloud server. The first few weeks with the new system were uneventful. I reviewed the footage occasionally, mostly just to ensure everything was working as it should. My evenings became a routine of checking the footage to confirm there were no suspicious activities. Life settled into a predictable rhythm, and I began to take the system for granted. Then, one night, I experienced a disturbance that would shatter that routine. I was fast asleep, deeply engrossed in dreams, when a sudden chill jolted me awake. I sat up, my heart racing, but found nothing out of the ordinary. I reassured myself it was just a nightmare and tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of the room and the shadows playing tricks on my mind made it hard to relax. The next morning, I went about my day as usual. After work, I decided to review the previous night's footage, just as I did every morning. I booted up the security system on my laptop and began scrolling through the time-stamped video files. The footage from the exterior cameras was uneventful, showing nothing more than the usual nighttime silence of my street. When I reached the footage from the interior cameras, I noticed a peculiar detail. The timestamp on the footage from my bedroom camera was unusually recent. It was only a few hours old. My heart skipped a beat as I realized I might have captured something important. I clicked on the video file and watched in disbelief. The footage began with me sleeping soundly in bed, the camera capturing the gentle rise and fall of my chest. As I watched, I noticed a dark figure slowly creeping into view. The figure moved cautiously, almost blending into the shadows. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I saw the figure approach the edge of the bed. The footage was grainy due to the low light, but it was clear enough to make out the figure's movements. The figure seemed to be wearing dark clothing, and its face was obscured by a hood or mask. It moved with an unnerving deliberateness, carefully navigating the room as if it knew exactly where it was going. My heart pounded as I saw the figure inch closer to the bed, stopping just inches from where I lay. In the final frame, the figure was standing directly next to my bed, its presence almost palpable through the screen. The timestamp on the footage confirmed that this had happened just hours ago. I replayed the footage several times, hoping against hope that it was some kind of prank or mistake. But the reality was undeniable. Someone had been in my bedroom while I slept. The sight of the figure standing so close to my bed, so close to my bed, so close to me was horrifying. The footage left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. I had no idea how the intruder had gained access to my home or what their intentions had been. I realized that I needed to act quickly to ensure my safety. I immediately called the police, sharing the footage and explaining the situation. The officers arrived promptly and reviewed the footage with me. They took the video files as evidence and promised to investigate. Their presence offered some comfort, but the unsettling feeling of having someone so close while I was asleep lingered. The police conducted a thorough search of the house and examined the points of entry. They found no signs of forced entry, which raised concerns about how the figure had entered the house. They suggested that the intruder might have had access to a key or found an unsecured entry point. In the days that followed, I took extra precautions. I changed all the locks on the doors and windows, upgraded the security system with additional cameras, and installed motion-activated lights around the property. I also made sure to keep my phone close at all times and avoided being alone in the house when possible. Despite these measures, the sense of violation and fear remained. I was constantly on edge, jumping at every creak and shadow. The footage had not only shown me the reality of an intruder, but it also exposed a level of vulnerability that was difficult to ignore. Weeks passed without any further incidents. The police investigation turned up no leads, and the identity of the figure remained unknown. The security footage continued to provide a semblance of security, though it was a bittersweet reminder of the intrusion. The night I first saw the figure on the footage became a turning point for me. It was a stark reminder of the thin line between safety and danger, and how quickly that line could be crossed. The security system, which had once seemed like an unnecessary luxury, became a vital part of my home, a silent sentinel keeping watch over the spaces where I felt most vulnerable. Though the immediate danger had passed, the memory of that night and the footage remained with me. It served as a constant reminder of the need to remain vigilant and to never take safety for granted. The figure in the footage, now a ghostly presence in my memories, had left a mark that would linger long after the footage had been reviewed and the investigation closed. Story 43. It was supposed to be a routine home renovation project. My husband Alex and I had decided to tackle the old wallpaper in our living room ourselves, hoping to breathe new life into our dated space. We had chosen a modern pattern to replace the faded floral design that had been hanging in our home for decades. Little did we know, this simple task would unearth more than just outdated decor. The project began on a sunny Saturday morning. We rolled up our sleeves, excited to transform our living room into something fresh and contemporary. The old wallpaper had been peeling in some places, so we figured it would be easy enough to remove. As I pulled at a corner of the wallpaper, I felt a strange resistance, as if the paper were reluctant to leave the wall. I tugged harder, and the wallpaper slowly came away, revealing the plaster beneath. It wasn't long before I noticed something odd. Beneath the faded floral wallpaper were what appeared to be messages scrawled in a hurried, uneven script. I squinted at the writing, my curiosity piqued. The first message read, "They're coming for you." I dismissed it as the remnants of someone's prank or perhaps a previous homeowner's attempt at a joke. I continued peeling away the old paper, hoping the messages were just harmless scribbles. But as I worked, more unsettling messages appeared. The next one was even more disturbing. "You'll never escape." The words seemed to stare back at me from the wall, sending a shiver down my spine. I called Alex over, and he looked at the messages with a furrowed brow. "Do you think it's some kind of joke?" he asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. "I don't know," I replied. "It feels too deliberate to be just a prank." We continued to peel away the wallpaper, uncovering more messages as we went. Each one was increasingly unsettling. Phrases like "they're watching you" and "there's nowhere to hide" were scrawled in different spots, as if someone had been writing on the walls over a period of time. The messages seemed to be written in a frantic hand, the letters uneven, and the spacing erratic. By the end of the day, the room was a patchwork of old wallpaper remnants and unsettling messages. We decided to take a break and think about what to do next. We sat in the kitchen, trying to make sense of what we had found. Alex suggested we investigate the history of the house. Maybe there was something about the previous owners or the property itself that could explain the messages. We went to the local library and combed through old records and newspapers, hoping to find any clues. However, the records were sparse, and there were no mentions of anything unusual about our house or its previous occupants. The next day, we resumed our renovation with a growing sense of unease. We decided to proceed with caution, removing the remaining wallpaper and inspecting the walls for any more messages. To our relief, the messages seemed to end with the last piece of wallpaper we had removed. We proceeded to patch up the walls and prepare them for painting. As we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The house felt different, as if the atmosphere had shifted with the removal of the old wallpaper. At night, I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling and listening to every creak and groan of the house, unable to rid myself of the nagging sense of dread. A few nights later, I woke up to a strange noise. It sounded like scratching, coming from the walls. My heart pounded as I tried to locate the source of the sound. I reached over to Alex, shaking him awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered urgently. Alex listened for a moment and then shook his head. "It's probably just the house settling." But I wasn't convinced. The scratching continued intermittently, and I lay awake for hours, straining to hear any other noises. When morning came, I felt exhausted and on edge. The following weekend, we decided to invite a contractor to inspect the walls and ensure that everything was structurally sound. He examined the plaster and confirmed that there were no significant issues. He seemed intrigued by the messages and suggested that they could have been the work of someone with a vivid imagination, or perhaps someone who had been distressed. Despite the contractor's reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to the messages. I researched the history of similar occurrences and found stories of houses where previous occupants had left strange messages or warnings, often linked to unsettling events or supernatural occurrences. We decided to make the best of our renovation project, focusing on the positive aspects of transforming our living space. We painted over the old walls, covering up the disturbing messages with a fresh coat of bright, cheerful color. The room looked beautiful, and we hoped that the new look would help us move past the unsettling experience. But even as we enjoyed our newly renovated living room, the sense of unease lingered. The messages had left an indelible mark on our lives, a reminder that sometimes the past can reach out from unexpected places. The house felt different, as if it had shared a secret with us that we couldn't quite understand. In the end, we chose to focus on the positives. We enjoyed our renovated space, but the unsettling memories of the messages served as a reminder of how the past can sometimes leave its mark on the present. We hoped that the fresh start would bring a sense of peace, even if the mystery of the messages remained unresolved. We continued to live in the house, finding comfort in the beauty of our renovated space and the knowledge that, despite the unsettling messages, we had made it our own. The experience had left us with a new appreciation for the unknown and a deeper understanding of how sometimes the most unsettling experiences can lead to the strongest bonds. Story 44. The office was quiet as I wrapped up my work for the night. The dim glow of my desk lamp was the only light in the room, casting long shadows across the walls. I had stayed late to finish a report that was due the next day, and the solitude of the empty office was both comforting and eerie. By the time I packed up my things, the clock had long passed midnight. I grabbed my coat and headed for the parking lot, my footsteps echoing in the deserted hallway. The building was dark, with only the emergency lights casting a faint, yellowish hue on the walls. I could see my breath in the cold air as I walked outside, the chill biting at my skin. As I approached the parking lot, I noticed that the lights were flickering sporadically. The lot was nearly empty, with just a few cars scattered here and there. The darkness between the pools of light seemed to stretch endlessly, creating eerie shadows that danced and shifted in the faint breeze. I unlocked my car and tossed my bag into the passenger seat, but something caught my eye. In the far corner of the parking lot, where the light was weak and shadows loomed large, I saw a dark figure standing still. The figure was indistinct, blending into the shadows and almost seeming to merge with the darkness. It was hard to make out any details, but the presence of someone or something there made my skin prickle with unease. I squinted, trying to get a better look, but the figure remained shrouded in darkness. The flickering lights made it difficult to focus, and the figure seemed to shift and waver with each intermittent burst of light. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. I walked cautiously toward the shadowy figure, each step echoing ominously in the empty lot. As I approached the area where I had seen the figure, the darkness seemed to deepen. I scanned the shadows, my eyes straining to find any sign of movement or presence. The figure was nowhere to be seen. I checked behind parked cars and peered into the dark corners of the lot, but there was no trace of anyone. It was as if the figure had simply vanished into thin air. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stood in the cold, empty parking lot. The sense of being watched grew stronger, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still lurking in the darkness. I checked my surroundings one last time before returning to my car, my nerves on edge. I quickly got in and locked the doors, my mind racing with thoughts of what I had just seen. The drive home was uneventful, though I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling from the parking lot. The darkness and the mysterious figure seemed to cling to me, and I found myself glancing nervously in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something or someone following me. When I finally arrived home, the neighborhood was quiet. The street lights cast a gentle glow over the area, and the sound of distant traffic was the only noise. I pulled into my driveway and noticed a shadow on my front porch. It was strange because I hadn't left anything out there, and I was certain that I had locked the door when I left earlier. As I got out of the car and approached the door, I saw that a note had been left there. It was a small piece of paper with a single message scrawled in black ink. I saw you, my heart skipped a beat, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. The note was simple, but its implications were chilling. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do. The note was clearly meant to unsettle me, and it had succeeded. I picked up the note carefully, my hands shaking slightly. The handwriting was erratic and unsteady, adding to the sense of dread. I looked around my front yard, searching for any signs of who might have left the note. The area was empty, and there were no obvious footprints or disturbances in the snow that had fallen earlier. I scanned the street and the surrounding houses, but there was no sign of anyone watching me. I took the note inside and locked the door behind me. I felt a growing sense of paranoia as I moved through my house, checking all the windows and doors to make sure they were secure. The note seemed to echo in my mind, a constant reminder of the dark figure I had seen in the parking lot and the sense of being watched. I decided to call the police and report the note, though I wasn't sure if it would lead to anything concrete. They took my report seriously and assured me they would send someone over to check the area. The officer who arrived took the note as evidence and promised to investigate further. He also advised me to remain vigilant and to report any further unusual activity. The rest of the night was restless. I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, and the thought of someone having watched me in the parking lot and left a threatening note at my home was deeply unsettling. I checked and rechecked the locks, making sure that everything was secure before I finally tried to get some sleep. The next few days were tense. I was on edge, constantly feeling as though someone was watching me. The police conducted a search of the area but found no further evidence or leads. The note remained a mystery, and the sense of dread lingered. Though life eventually returned to a semblance of normalcy, the experience left a lasting impression. I remained vigilant and cautious, and the parking lot and my front porch were forever associated with that chilling night. The dark figure and the ominous note had changed my sense of security, reminding me that sometimes the shadows in the corners of our lives can be more than just fleeting illusions. Story 45. The abandoned house stood at the end of a long, overgrown lane, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. It was a relic of a bygone era, with peeling paint, shattered windows, and an air of melancholy that seemed to seep from its very walls. The rumors about the house were well known in town, whispers of hauntings, strange noises, and an unsettling history that kept most people at bay. But to me, it was an irresistible mystery. I had always been intrigued by the supernatural and the unknown, so when I heard the stories about this particular house, I felt a pull I couldn't ignore. I decided to explore it, driven by curiosity and a desire to uncover the truth behind the legends. Armed with a flashlight and a sense of adventure, I ventured inside. The interior was as expected: dust-covered furniture, cobwebs in every corner, and a musty smell that hinted at years of neglect. The floorboards creaked underfoot, adding an eerie soundtrack to my exploration. As I moved through the rooms, my flashlight beam danced over old portraits, faded wallpaper, and broken artifacts that seemed to tell a story of a family long gone. In one of the upstairs bedrooms, I stumbled upon an old wooden desk. Its surface was cluttered with yellowed papers and a small, leather-bound diary. Intrigued, I carefully picked up the diary, brushing off the thick layer of dust. The cover was worn, but the gold lettering on the spine still read "Diary" in elegant script. I opened it, and the first few pages were filled with neat, flowing handwriting. The entries detailed mundane aspects of daily life, but as I continued reading, I noticed something odd. The diary's author seemed to have an uncanny knowledge of events and people in my life. There were detailed accounts of my recent activities, including the job I had just started, the friends I had recently made, and even the dinner parties I had attended. The entries grew increasingly personal and specific. One page described a recent argument I'd had with a colleague, followed by a note about an upcoming event I hadn't yet shared with anyone, my upcoming birthday party. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. It was as if the writer knew my every move and thought. Flipping through the pages, I found a particularly chilling entry dated for today. The handwriting had changed, becoming erratic and hurried. The final entry read, "I'm waiting for you." A shiver ran down my spine. The note was a direct, unsettling message. I looked around the room, feeling as though I was being watched. My flashlight flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps someone had been keeping track of me, or maybe it was an elaborate prank. But the diary's personal nature made it difficult to dismiss. I decided to leave the house immediately. Clutching the diary tightly, I made my way back downstairs and out into the cool evening air. The house, with its oppressive silence and shadowy corners, seemed to close in on me. My footsteps echoed through the emptiness as I hurried down the overgrown path, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and adrenaline. Once home, I placed the diary on my kitchen table and took a few moments to collect my thoughts. I tried to calm myself, but the unnerving feeling persisted. I contacted the local authorities, informing them of my discovery and expressing my concerns. An officer arrived to investigate, but when he searched the house, he found nothing unusual, just the same dust-covered furniture and broken windows. The officer reassured me that the diary might have been left by someone with a penchant for creepy pranks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. He advised me to be cautious and to let him know if I noticed anything else out of the ordinary. That night, sleep was elusive. The diary and its ominous message haunted my thoughts. Every creak of the house and every flicker of light seemed to carry a hidden meaning. I kept the diary close, its presence a constant reminder of the unsettling experience. Days passed and life slowly returned to normal, but the memory of the diary lingered. I couldn't forget the feeling of being watched, and I couldn't shake the sense of dread that had settled over me. The final entry in the diary had felt like a warning, a reminder that someone or something was waiting for me. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a faint knock at the door. My heart skipped a beat, and I hesitated before answering. When I opened the door, I found a plain envelope lying on the doorstep. It had no return address, only my name written in neat script. Inside the envelope was a single sheet of paper. On it was written a new message: "You didn't think I'd forget, did you?" The handwriting matched that of the diary's final entry. My blood ran cold as I realized that the unsettling presence I had felt was not just in the past, it was still with me. The message was a chilling reminder that whatever had been waiting for me was not finished yet. The diary and the notes had left a mark on my life that I couldn't ignore. The sense of being watched, the ominous messages, and the strange coincidences had changed my perception of reality. I had ventured into the unknown, and now the unknown had come to find me. The abandoned house, the diary, and the messages had become a part of my life, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the surface. As I looked over my shoulder and listened for every creak and whisper, I knew that the echoes of the past were far from over. The final entry in the diary had been more than a warning, it was a promise that the story was far from finished. Story 46. It had been a long day, filled with meetings and mundane tasks. As I unlocked my front door and stepped into my apartment, I felt an unusual sense of discomfort. I shrugged it off, attributing it to the stress of the day. However, a peculiar detail caught my attention: the door handle was slightly warm. I frowned, running my hand over it, and noting that it felt uncomfortably hot to the touch. I also noticed that the keyhole seemed slightly misaligned, as though it had been tampered with. My heart began to race, but I tried to dismiss the feeling of unease. I locked the door behind me and went about my evening routine. I kept glancing over at the door, unable to shake the lingering feeling that something was wrong. I decided to check the locks and the keyhole again, but everything appeared normal. I chastised myself for being paranoid and focused on relaxing for the night. As darkness fell, I settled into bed, but sleep eluded me. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind outside made me jump. My mind kept returning to the strange details of the door. Why had it felt warm? And why did the keyhole look tampered with? I tried to push the thoughts aside, but they clung to me like a shadow. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a scratching noise. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder and more persistent. My heart raced as I listened, trying to identify the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from the door, accompanied by shuffling noises. I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. The scratching was rhythmic, as if someone or something was deliberately trying to get my attention. The shuffling followed a pattern, moving from one side of the door to the other. I was paralyzed with fear, unsure of what to do. My instinct was to call the police, but I didn't want to overreact. I decided to investigate first, hoping to find a logical explanation for the noises. I slowly crept out of bed, my footsteps silent on the floor. I approached the door, the scratching and shuffling noises growing louder as I got closer. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle, feeling the same strange warmth that I had noticed earlier. I hesitated, then looked through the keyhole. The darkness on the other side seemed impenetrable, but I could just make out a pair of eyes staring back at me. They were wide and unblinking, reflecting the dim light from the hallway outside. My breath caught in my throat as I realized that someone or something was right outside my door, watching me. Panic surged through me. I stumbled back, my mind racing with fear. The eyes remained fixed on me through the keyhole, unyielding and eerie. I could feel the weight of their gaze, a chilling presence that made my skin crawl. The scratching and shuffling noises continued, growing more frantic as if the figure outside was desperate to get in. I backed away from the door, my mind spinning with dread. I considered calling the police but hesitated, unsure if I could convey the urgency of the situation. I decided to take action. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking as I spoke to the operator. "Someone's outside my door," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I can see their eyes through the keyhole. They're scratching at the door. The operator assured me that help was on the way, but as I waited, the noises grew more intense. The scratching became more aggressive, and the shuffling turned into pounding. I felt trapped, unable to escape the terror that was unfolding right outside my door. The minutes felt like hours, each second stretching into an eternity. The eyes never left the keyhole, their gaze unrelenting. The noises continued, a relentless assault on my senses. I glanced around the apartment, looking for anything I could use to defend myself, but I felt helpless. Finally, I heard the sound of sirens in the distance. Relief washed over me as I heard the pounding on the door. The police arrived, their voices breaking through the chaos. I could hear them calling out, instructing the figure outside to identify themselves. The noises stopped abruptly, and the eyes disappeared from the keyhole. The officers entered the apartment, conducting a thorough search. They found no one in the hallway or outside my door. The door itself showed no signs of forced entry, but the tampering with the keyhole was evident. The police took the situation seriously, documenting the evidence and reassuring me that they would patrol the area more frequently. Despite their reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling of being violated. The experience had left me with a deep sense of unease. I couldn't understand why someone had targeted me or how they had managed to get so close without being detected. The eyes at the keyhole had been a haunting reminder of my vulnerability. In the days that followed, I remained on high alert. I installed additional security measures, hoping to protect myself from any future intrusions. The fear of the unknown lingered, and I found it difficult to feel safe in my own home. The incident became a dark chapter in my life, a constant reminder of the thin line between safety and danger. The eyes at the keyhole had been a chilling glimpse into a world of uncertainty, a reminder that there are forces out there that can shatter our sense of security in an instant. Story 47. The first letter arrived on a Monday morning. I was greeted by the sight of an envelope resting on my doorstep, its plain white surface stark against the vibrant green of the lawn. I picked it up, intrigued but not yet concerned. Inside was a single sheet of paper with neatly typed text that described, with unnerving precision, the details of my daily routine. It wasn't anything alarming, just observations about my morning coffee routine, my habit of reading the newspaper on the porch, and my usual evening walks. I dismissed it as an odd coincidence or perhaps a misguided prank. After all, anyone could have observed those details. The next day, the pattern continued. Another letter, this time noting specific conversations I had had with friends and family. The letters were always unsigned, and there was no return address. They seemed to be documenting my life, but the descriptions were always strangely accurate. I began to grow uneasy, realizing that someone was closely watching me. The third letter arrived on Wednesday. This one was different. It was more personal and invasive. It described not just my daily activities, but also my fears, my anxieties about my job, my worries about the future, and my dread of certain places in town. It ended with a chilling sentence, "I know everything about you." By the time the fourth letter arrived, I was genuinely alarmed. The details had become even more specific. The letter described a recent argument I had with a coworker and my struggles with a project at work. It even mentioned the recent arguments with my partner, revealing intimate knowledge of our private life. My sense of security was unraveling. I consulted with the police, but they could find no leads. They advised me to document everything and remain vigilant. They suggested the possibility of a stalker, but couldn't provide much assistance without more concrete evidence. As the days passed, the letters kept coming. Each one seemed to delve deeper into my psyche, exploring my insecurities and fears with disturbing accuracy. They detailed moments of weakness, the times when I felt most vulnerable, and even the small things I tried to ignore. Each letter concluded with a chilling observation or threat, gradually increasing the tension. On Friday, I received a letter that left me in a state of dread. It contained detailed descriptions of the areas in my house I feared most: dark corners, the basement, and the attic. The writer seemed to know exactly what would unsettle me. The letter ended with a stark message: "Tonight, you'll face your worst nightmare." My heart raced as I read those words. I spent the rest of the day in a state of heightened anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. I tried to prepare for the worst, but without knowing what to expect, it felt like I was stumbling through darkness. That night, I tried to stay alert, keeping the lights on and double-checking all the doors and windows. I set up motion sensors around the house and kept my phone close, ready to call for help if needed. I even placed a chair under the doorknob of the bedroom, a makeshift barricade in case of an intruder. The hours ticked by slowly. I couldn't settle down or relax, the anticipation and fear gnawing at me. I jumped at every noise: the creak of the floorboards, the distant rumble of thunder, and even the rustle of leaves outside. The house felt eerily silent, and every shadow seemed menacing. Just after midnight, I heard a noise coming from the attic. It was a soft, scuffling sound, like someone or something moving around up there. My heart pounded in my chest as I considered the implications. The attic had always been a place I avoided, filled with old furniture and forgotten belongings. The idea of facing my fears head-on was terrifying. I slowly and cautiously made my way up the narrow staircase to the attic. Each step felt like an eternity, the old wooden stairs creaking under my weight. I tried to steady my breathing, trying to remain calm, despite the fear that was rising in my throat. The attic door was ajar, and I peered inside. The dim light from the hallway barely illuminated the space, casting long, eerie shadows across the walls. The scuffling sound continued, growing louder. My hands shook as I reached for the light switch, flipping it on. The attic was empty, or so it seemed at first. The silence was almost deafening as I scanned the room. The old furniture and boxes were as I had left them. There was no sign of anyone or anything unusual. But as I walked further into the room, I noticed something odd, a letter lying on an old chest, a letter that hadn't been there before. I picked it up with trembling hands and opened it. The letter was written in the same neat typeface as the others, but this one had no personal details. Instead, it contained a cryptic message: the nightmare is not what you see, but what you fear. A cold chill ran down my spine as I read the words. The message seemed to suggest that the real nightmare was not a physical threat, but the fear itself. I couldn't understand the full meaning, but the terror I had felt leading up to this moment seemed to be the true horror. I spent the rest of the night in the attic, my mind racing with thoughts and fears. By morning, I was exhausted and emotionally drained. The letters had stopped arriving, but the sense of dread lingered. The experience had left a mark on me, a reminder of the power of fear and the impact it can have on our lives. While the letters eventually stopped, the psychological effects remained. I had faced my fears head-on and emerged with a newfound understanding of the nature of terror. The anonymous writer had succeeded in making me confront my own worst nightmares, not through direct confrontation, but through the insidious power of fear itself. Story 48. The house was quiet as I prepared for another ordinary day. I made my way to the kitchen, the smell of fresh coffee filling the air. I had recently started working from home, which had given me a newfound appreciation for my cozy, albeit somewhat cluttered, abode. The morning routine was my favorite part of the day, a brief respite before the demands of work took over. As I poured myself a cup of coffee, I noticed something peculiar on the kitchen counter: my wallet. It was an odd place for it to be. I was certain I had left it in the living room the night before. I picked it up and saw a note tucked underneath. My heart skipped a beat as I unfolded it. The note read, "You've been careless." I stared at the note, my mind racing. I couldn't understand why someone would leave such a cryptic message. I was alone in the house, and the thought of someone entering without my knowledge was unnerving. I brushed off the feeling, telling myself it was just a prank or a misunderstanding. But as the days went by, the situation grew increasingly strange. Items began to disappear from their usual places and reappear in odd locations around the house. My keys would vanish only to show up in the refrigerator. A book one had left on my nightstand would turn up in the laundry basket. I found my phone in the bathroom sink one morning, drenched but miraculously still working. Each time an item disappeared or reappeared, I would search the house frantically, trying to find a logical explanation. I checked for signs of a break-in or tampering, but found nothing. Everything seemed secure, and there were no signs of forced entry. It was as if the items were simply moving on their own, defying any reasonable explanation. One night, after a particularly unsettling day, I came home to find my laptop missing. I searched everywhere, my anxiety mounting with each passing minute. I was on the verge of calling the police when I found the laptop in the kitchen cupboard, right next to where I had found my wallet. Another note was taped to the laptop screen. Too many mistakes. Fear began to gnaw at me. Who was doing this and why? I couldn't think of anyone who would want to torment me like this. I started to question my own sanity, wondering if I was imagining things, or if I was simply losing track of my belongings. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to set up a camera in the house. I hoped that recording the movements would provide some answers. That night, I placed a camera in the living room, aimed at the area where the most frequent disturbances occurred. The next morning, I eagerly reviewed the footage, hoping to catch a glimpse of the culprit. To my shock, the video showed nothing unusual. There were no figures sneaking around, no signs of tampering, just the normal motions of the house throughout the night. I felt a mix of relief and frustration. If there was someone, they were either incredibly stealthy or the disturbances were happening beyond the camera's view. A few days later, I returned home to find the note on the kitchen counter once again. It read, "Watch closely." I was on edge as I moved through the house, examining every nook and cranny. The sensation of being watched was palpable, though there was no one in sight. The feeling grew stronger as the days went on, and the notes became more frequent, each one more taunting than the last. "You're not paying attention. Carelessness has consequences." Despite my best efforts, the mysterious occurrences continued. Items continued to vanish and reappear, and the notes seemed to mock my attempts to understand the situation. I found myself constantly on edge, my daily routine disrupted by the constant sense of paranoia and unease. One night, unable to sleep, I sat in the living room and stared at the camera feed. I reviewed hours of footage, desperately searching for something that would explain the strange events. Just as I was about to give up, I noticed a brief flicker of shadow crossing the screen for just a fraction of a second. My heart raced as I rewound the footage and watched it frame by frame. The shadow was fleeting, barely noticeable, but it seemed to move with purpose. I replayed the footage several times, trying to discern more details, but the shadow remained elusive. Determined to confront whatever was causing the disturbances, I decided to spend the night in the living room, hidden from view, and watch the camera feed live. I positioned myself in a corner where I could observe without being seen. As the hours dragged on, I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The house was eerily quiet, and every creak seemed amplified in the stillness. My nerves were frayed, and I struggled to stay awake, my eyes heavy with fatigue. Just before dawn, I saw it. The shadow moved again, more clearly this time. It seemed to hover near the camera, and I could make out the faintest outline of a figure. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the figure approach the camera, and then, as if responding to my presence, it retreated into the darkness. The figure was indistinct, but it was clear that someone or something had been in the house. I could no longer ignore the reality of the situation. The notes, the disappearing items, and the shadow on the camera feed were all part of a deliberate and unsettling campaign of intimidation. When morning came, I packed a few essentials and left the house. I couldn't stay there any longer. The fear and paranoia had consumed me, and I needed to find a safer place. I took the camera footage and the notes to the police, hoping they could help unravel the mystery. The investigation revealed little. The police found no evidence of anyone entering the house, and the shadow on the footage remained unexplained. They could offer no concrete answers, leaving me with more questions than ever before. As I settled into a new home, the sense of dread lingered. The notes and the disappearing items had left an indelible mark on my psyche. Every creak and shadow in my new place was a reminder of the unsettling experiences I had endured. The mystery of the vanishing items remained unsolved, a haunting reminder that some secrets are never meant to be uncovered. Story 49. Living alone had always been a source of comfort for me. It was my sanctuary, a place where I could relax and enjoy my solitude without the distractions of others. But that sense of peace was shattered one night when I started hearing footsteps in my home. It began as a faint sound barely audible, like the distant echo of someone walking around. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, a trick of the mind conjured by the quiet of the night. But as the nights passed, the footsteps grew louder and more distinct. They would start around midnight and continue intermittently until the early hours of the morning. My initial attempts to ignore the sounds proved futile. They grew more persistent, and I could no longer sleep through them. The feeling of being watched or followed in my own home became overwhelming. I decided to take action and record the noises to get to the bottom of this unsettling phenomenon. I set up a camera in my bedroom, pointed towards the door where the sounds seemed to originate. The camera was equipped with motion sensors and night vision, designed to capture any unusual activity. That night I went to bed, hoping that the footage would reveal the source of the footsteps and provide some reassurance. The next morning I reviewed the footage with a mix of dread and anticipation. The recording showed me sleeping soundly, the room illuminated by the soft glow of the night vision. The minutes ticked by, and the footage was unremarkable until, around midnight, the camera detected movement. My heart raced as I watched, expecting to see someone moving through the room. But the footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, no figures, no shadows, just the empty room and my sleeping form. I watched the entire recording, my anxiety growing with each passing minute. The footsteps continued, clear and rhythmic, but there was no visible sign of anyone in the room. The camera's inability to capture anything made the situation even more perplexing and unnerving. If no one was there, what was causing the footsteps? That night I tried to ignore the sounds, but they seemed louder than ever. I lay in bed, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination running wild. But as the footsteps continued, I found it impossible to relax. I spent the night tossing and turning, unable to escape the feeling of unease. When morning finally arrived, I was exhausted and on edge. As I shuffled through the house, still processing the strange experience, I noticed something alarming. There were muddy footprints on the floor, leading from my bedroom to the front door. The prints were clearly visible, their dark, muddy outlines stark against the light-colored carpet. They formed a trail, seemingly originating from my bedroom and ending at the front door. My heart pounded as I examined the footprints. They were unmistakable, large, muddy, and clearly not my own. I was the only one with a key to my home, and there was no sign of forced entry. I checked the front door, which was locked as always, and looked around for any signs of a break-in or tampering. Everything appeared normal, but the muddy footprints were a chilling confirmation that someone had been in my home. I took photographs of the footprints and immediately contacted the police. When they arrived, they took the evidence and conducted a thorough inspection of the property. They found no signs of forced entry or any other suspicious activity. The footprints were a mystery they couldn't easily solve. The officers advised me to be cautious and suggested increasing security measures. In the days that followed, I felt a growing sense of vulnerability. The footsteps continued, but the muddy prints did not reappear. I invested in additional security measures, including a more advanced surveillance system and reinforced locks. I also began to leave the lights on at night, hoping that the increased visibility might deter any potential intruders. Despite these precautions, the footsteps persisted. I continued to record the sounds, but the footage remained unremarkable. No figures, no movement, just the same eerie, rhythmic footsteps. The uncertainty of not knowing who or what was causing the sounds left me feeling uneasy. One night, while reviewing the footage again, I noticed something strange. In the dim light of the recording, a shadow seemed to flicker briefly near the edge of the frame. It was so subtle that I almost missed it. I replayed the footage several times, trying to make sense of the fleeting shadow. It was too brief to identify, but it left me with an uneasy feeling that something or someone was still present in the house. The presence of the shadow, combined with the persistent footsteps, created a sense of paranoia. I began to question whether I was truly alone in my home. The haunting uncertainty of not knowing what was happening, or why, took a toll on my mental well-being. The police continued their investigation, but they were unable to provide any answers. They suggested that I keep the house under close watch and remain vigilant. The mystery remained unresolved, leaving me with an unsettling feeling that my home was no longer the safe haven it once was. Over time, the intensity of the footsteps diminished, but the experience had left a lasting impact. I found myself constantly on edge, unable to fully relax in my own space. The muddy footprints and the shadow on the footage remained a haunting reminder of the night when my solitude was intruded upon by an unseen presence. Though I eventually settled into a new routine, the echoes of those footsteps lingered in the back of my mind. My home, once a place of comfort, had become a reminder of an unsettling mystery that I couldn't fully understand or escape. The sense of vulnerability persisted, a silent echo of the night when the ordinary became extraordinary and the familiar became frighteningly unknown. Story 50. I had always been meticulous about security. After moving into my new home, a quaint, two-story house with a small garden, I decided to keep a spare key hidden outside. I chose a small planter by the front door, thinking it was a discreet yet convenient spot. The planter was filled with bright marigolds, their vibrant colors adding a touch of warmth to the entrance. The key was wrapped in a weatherproof bag and buried just beneath the surface of the soil. Everything seemed perfect until one morning when I came down for breakfast. The first thing I noticed was that the planter was overturned, the marigolds scattered across the porch. My heart sank as I saw that the small bag containing the spare key was missing. I immediately felt a pang of anxiety. Who would have noticed the key and taken it? More importantly, why? I inspected the area around the planter, hoping to find any clues or signs of tampering. There were no obvious footprints or disturbances on the porch, but the overturned planter and missing key were unsettling. I spent the morning checking the locks on all doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. Later that day, as I was about to leave for work, I received a letter in the mail. It was an unmarked envelope with no return address, and the handwriting on the front was unfamiliar. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened the envelope to find the missing spare key and a note. The note was written in neat, precise script and read, "I was just checking to see if you'd notice." My heart raced as I read the message. It was cryptic and unsettling. The fact that someone had taken the key and then returned it, along with the bizarre note, left me feeling uneasy. Why had they done this? What were they trying to accomplish? I tried to stay calm and rational. It could have been a prank or a misguided attempt at some sort of test. I decided to keep the letter and the key as evidence and to continue monitoring the security of my home closely. The idea of someone having access to a spare key made me anxious, and I knew I had to take precautions. Over the next few days, I noticed a series of odd occurrences. Small things seemed out of place, like the door handle on the side entrance feeling slightly different or the front window being ajar when I was sure I had closed it. It was as if someone was trying to mess with me, testing my reactions. I checked and rechecked the locks, and I even installed a small security camera near the front door. One evening, while reviewing the footage from the camera, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A shadowy figure approached my front porch, paused at the planter, and then walked away. The figure was too blurred to make out any details, but it was clear they had been there. The footage provided no clues about who the person might be or their intentions, only that they had been on my property. Feeling increasingly paranoid, I contacted the local police and explained the situation. They took the note and the footage for analysis, but their investigation yielded no results. They suggested that it might be a harmless prank or a coincidence, but the lack of concrete evidence left me feeling unsettled. They advised me to continue being vigilant and to secure my home as best as I could. Weeks went by with no further incidents, but the strange feelings and anxiety remained. I decided to change the location of the spare key, moving it to a different part of the yard where it would be less conspicuous. I also added additional security measures, including a new lock system and a motion-activated light near the porch. One rainy night, as I was lying in bed, I heard a faint noise coming from outside. I could barely make out the sound of footsteps on the porch, but when I looked out the window, I saw nothing. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The paranoia that had been building over the weeks seemed to peak that night. The next morning, I discovered that the new location of the spare key was also disturbed. The spot where I had hidden it was disturbed, and the area around it was dug up. There was no sign of the key itself, but the sense of intrusion was palpable. The feeling that someone was watching me and manipulating my sense of security was overwhelming. Determined to put an end to this unsettling situation, I decided to take more drastic measures. I installed a more sophisticated security system with multiple cameras and motion detectors. I also hired a security service to patrol the area and keep an eye on the property. Months passed with no further incidents. The increased security measures seemed to deter any potential intruders, and the feeling of being watched gradually faded. I never received any more letters or found any more signs of tampering. The experience left me with a deep sense of mistrust and a heightened awareness of my surroundings. The incident with the spare key had shaken my sense of security and made me more cautious than ever before. Though the mystery of who had taken the key and why remained unsolved, the increased security and vigilance helped me reclaim a sense of peace in my home. In the end, I learned a valuable lesson about the importance of security and the unsettling feeling of having my personal space invaded. The incident was a stark reminder that sometimes the most unsettling threats come not from the obvious dangers, but from the shadows lurking just out of sight.